All right, avatar test, avatar is good. We're going to go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome everyone to Channel 2S. I'm your host, Second Soundwave, and today we're doing another live build stream. So today's kit we're going to be building is the high-grade Universal Century GM Spartan. Before we get into this any further, got to give a big thank you to community member Crimmy for actually sending me this kit. That was very nice of him, and I'm definitely going to enjoy building it. I think this is going to be a really nice palette cleanser after the Geminus packs. I love the Geminus as a Gundam, but unfortunately this kit just doesn't really do it. So I think it'll be nice to build an HGUC kit that's based off I believe this is based off the GM Sniper 2, which as far as I know is a very cool mold. I built this a very long time ago, way back when I first got into Gunpla around 2013, 2014. One of the first kits that I built after my first couple Gundams, I built the Build Fighters GM Sniper K9, and I really enjoyed that kit. It had a ton of accessories, it had a ton of cool option parts, so I think this is going to remind me a lot of that kit. Well, too bad, Dipper, we're building the Spartan. You should have read the title and description. Anyways, welcome to the stream, everyone. Welcome, Dipper. Welcome, ID. Welcome, Altison. Good to see you guys here. I'm going to give it a minute for some more people to join in. I'm going to unbag these parts while we're waiting. Got that old style polycap runner. Some beam saber blades. Is this a new runner? Yeah, this is a new runner. I imagine there's quite a few new parts in this kit, since when I looked at the pictures of this, it seemed like they're really only using some of the joint sections from the Sniper, and the rest of this seems to be more a case of borrowed engineering than reused tooling. I'm pretty sure this is Jimu Suparuta. Yeah, this is Jim Spartan parts as well. Looks like we got some decals. Had one of these, sold it off for a nice chunk of change. Yeah, it was a really popular kit when it first came out, but fortunately they've done a couple reprints of it, so I think most of the people that wanted one, you've definitely had your opportunity to get it. So it is nice that they made sure this was pretty readily available, even if it was a P Bandai kit. So we just got some very basic sticker markings with some ID numbers and really doesn't want to focus on this properly, but ID numbers and little Federation logos. And then you have a satisfyingly small little sheet of foil stickers, nothing too major, nothing too serious, just some little sensors for various scopes and pieces that I think are perfectly reasonable to be stickers. I think this is a nice little sticker sheet. This is what I like to see with an HGUC. Now this runner, I wouldn't be surprised if this is from the Sniper 2. Oh yeah, this is a Sniper 2 runner for sure. So there's our first reused runner, outside of the polycaps and the sabers. Man, the dye they use to cast these beam saber runners has to be just practically putty at this point. They've used this specific runner on so many different models, and they've reprinted them so many times. That mold's got to be on like its 5th or 6th generation at this point. Oh yeah, that's more Sniper 2 parts. This looks like that's new Spartan pieces. Last batch is still in the P Bandai store. Yeah, that's something I've noticed recently, is the last couple batches of P Bandai kits have actually been sitting on the store. So outside of a couple really in-demand kits, when it comes to the recent P Bandai releases, it's actually pretty easy to pick them up. So either they've adjusted their supply to meet the demand, they got rid of the bot situation, or the people that were just buying them up during COVID have just stopped. Or some combination of all the above. Yeah, that's definitely new parts for the Spartan. We can see he's got a sheath for some sort of some sort of knife weapon. I believe this is, I think this is stored on the shoulder, right? No. I can't quite see where the knife's stored. I guess we'll find out when I build it. But he's got a sheath for his knife. You can see a little handle up here. And I'm noticing the handle is separate from the blade, which means I guess this is going to have color separation. Oh yeah, it totally does. There's the blade right here. That's a really welcome surprise. I was not expecting that blade to be separated. So he's going to have a nice color separated knife. You can see his gun down here appears to have some sort of extended magazine in the handle. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see. And yeah, that's the runners for this kit. So despite this kit being, despite it being a retool of the GM Sniper 2, there's really not a lot of GM Sniper 2 that goes into this. I mean, this is it. This is all the GM Sniper 2 that this kit uses, so it's really more a case of borrowed engineering than it is of a reuse of the mold. Why isn't Black Dog Squad? I think they're probably going to do that at some point. I mean, it's just a palette swap as far as I've seen. Love the GM Command. Wish I had better HG. Yeah, I feel like the closest thing we have to like a modern HG of the GM Command is the Robot Spirits figure, which, to be fair, is a pretty great figure. It's just, you know, not a model kit. I mean, the regular GM Command, I love the Sniper and Spartan. Looks great. Command is probably my favorite. Oh yeah, the Command's a really good GM design. That's one of the things that I love about the GM from Build Fighters, is one of the different head options you get is pretty much a dead ringer for the Command head. Alright, so let's get the tools out and begin building. So, gonna put the A runner over there. Or no, that's not the A runner. It's the B runner, so I'll stack the B runners then and put the A runner here. One of the nice things about building high grades is since you only have about maybe like 8 to 10 runners to work with, it's very easy to lay everything out on your workbench without having to have these big piles of runners all over the place and losing track of what runners are where. Just makes it easier to keep track of everything. And they're simple enough kits, you can just kind of build them in a single session. Hey Big Boy, hey Manpig, welcome to the stream. Alright, so I need the manual, which I stupidly tossed to the side with the box. There we go. Always interesting to see Bandai's logic, or lack thereof, regarding what kits get full color manuals and boxes and which ones don't. Because this almost kind of feels like the sort of kit that would deserve a full color box, but sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. Sometimes we get something like the G-Unit kits where they go all in, and then you get other kits like the Gundam Rose, which we would assume would make sense to have that type of treatment, and they just give it the regular P Bandai box. So it's a little hard to tell. So this looks like it's the first page of our manual, and we're starting off with the torso, as is pretty much always the case with high grades. 22 and 23, that's these two parts. There's quite a lot of shared engineering between these GM kits from the early 2010s, whether it's the Commander, the Cannon 2, the Type C, the Sniper 2. They're not all the same mold per se, but you could definitely tell there was a lot of kind of reused engineering between them. After all, they were pretty much making the same kit over and over again, so there was no sense in reinventing the wheel. I need 3. All the 0080 suits need more love. Also, I think a lot of Stardust memory kits could use a revamp. Actually, of all the lines, especially the OVAs, I think Stardust memory actually kind of has it the best. Like, the Gundams themselves are old, sure, and there's a couple other kits like the Gilgug Marine and the Drom Tropin that are ancient, but most of the Stardust memory kits we got around like 2010 to 2013, and when it comes to like the GMs and the Zaku F2 and the Dracy, we actually got a lot of really good kits for Stardust memory. So for the most part, I think I'm pretty happy with most of what we have for Stardust memory right now. But War in the Pocket, that is a different story. Unfortunately, we got a couple okay kits like the Zaku Kai and the Camphor, and we have a really nice Sniper 2, but the rest of them are absolutely ancient. Fortunately, like I said with the Commander, there is a very comprehensive and very high quality line of Robot Spirits anime figures for those of you that really want that War in the Pocket display, and you're not willing to wait for a entire redo of the line by Bandai Model Kits, which is highly unlikely. I think we are probably going to get like a real grade or a revive or something of the Alex at some point, and maybe the Camphor, but I don't think we're ever going to see anything as comprehensive as the current selection of high grades and Robot Spirits that we have for the line. As cool as a lot of designs from War in the Pocket are, a lot of them just aren't that important, so they really don't show up for very often. So I think it would be kind of a stretch to expect too many of them to get remade by Bandai. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised by how popular the Sniper 2 is. I remember when I built my original K9 kit, and I knew about the high grade, and you know there was a Robot Spirits of it. Now we have 2 Robot Spirits thanks to the anime line. We have a Master Grade. With all these different kits and figures of the Sniper 2, I assumed it was a fairly important or prominent mobile suit. So when I watched War in the Pocket for the first time, I was kind of surprised to see that all the Sniper 2 really does is jump off of a ship, drop its little visor thing down, and that's pretty much it. I don't even remember if you see them hit the ground. They have a very, very, very brief cameo in the OVA, so I'm kind of surprised to see how much of a cult following they ended up building. Thoughts on the P Bandai Camphor? I think it's a kind of neat looking kit. I'm not a fan of the price is really the issue. If that was like a $45 to $50 kit, I would maybe consider it. But at the price it's going for, which is like $60-$70 in Japan, which is probably going to be closer to $80 on the US store, that's just more than I would want to pay for a kit that reuses such an old mold. Yes, it's the Camphor at Home by Naoki. Honestly, when it comes to that batch of designs, both that and the Impulse Gundam that Naoki did, and I think there might have been a third one as well, I don't really remember, but I find that they just aren't that interesting looking. Like, they change parts of the design, but they don't have like a defined like design direction or theme to them. Like, it's not like with a lot of the Build Fighters figures, you're like, or designs, you're like, oh, I see what they're doing here. They're taking X and they're turning it into Y. While with like the Impulse or the Camphor, it kind of feels like they're just randomly changing things up to reach a slightly different version of the place where they started from. You know, like in Build Fighters, we get stuff like, hey, it's the Double Zeta Gundam, but we turned it into a super robot. Or it's the Impulse Gundam, but we turned it into a Kung Fu robot with flames. Like, there's sort of a design theme to the redesign, while with the Camphor or the Impulse Gundam, it just feels like they're like, hey, we changed a bunch of pieces about the Camphor and Impulse and basically ended up with the same thing we started with. Thoughts on the newly announced kits like the MGSD Barbatos? I did a whole stream talking about them. I'm not super interested in the MGSD Barbatos, but I think the high-grade Scope Dog is really cool. I'm definitely going to build one of those when it comes out, especially since it's a retail kit. I also really like that high-grade Origin GM. The one that's just the basic GM with all the weapons and add-ons. I denub that, okay. Chat isn't showing up on the right side of the stream. Huh, that must be a Stream Elements issue. Let me see if I can fix that. Hang on just a moment. Stream Elements. Let me see if I could figure out what's going on here. Dashboard. And I want my tools, overlays. I wonder why that's not showing up. That's really weird. Unfortunately, I can't... I don't think I can troubleshoot that right now, unfortunately. So I'll come up with a workaround for next stream, but for this one, I think we're just gonna have to live without the chat on the side of the video, unfortunately. I don't have a way I can fix that just off the cuff like this. Seems like they're more focused on Origin. War in the Pocket doesn't exist in the Origin timeline. I don't think it's necessarily that. I think they're still interested in doing kits based off the main UC timeline. It's just a matter of a lot of the War in the Pocket designs being really kind of niche and not super prominent in the story. Like, you know, think about how many like seconds of footage there is of, you know, the Gelku Jaeger, for example, or the GM command variants. Like, there's 3 different versions of the GM that you see in that OVA, and the whole OVA is only 6 episodes long. So any one specific version of the GM barely gets any screen time. Or the gun cannon mass production type's another one that barely does anything, and it makes it kind of a hard sell from a marketing standpoint to make products based off of those mobile suits when they barely do anything in the actual anime. Honestly, as much as I like designs like the GM Command and the Gelku Jaeger, War in the Pocket would have worked perfectly fine as an anime if they just used the regular one-year war versions of some of those mobile suits. Which way does this go? Like that. Yep. Stay in there. Really wish I could have gotten a stream GM Spartan. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in Canada. You gotta move yourself to the US, man, so you can get those P Bandai kits. Master Grade Sniper 2 was such a surprise. Looked online, thought it looked pretty bad, and after I built it, fell in love with it. The shoulders looked weird in pictures, but you can just move them down. You had the exact same experience with that kit that I did. I went through the exact same train of thought where I saw the pictures, I thought the shoulders looked terrible, and then I built the kit and realized you can just shift them down and everything was fine. That is pretty much word for word exactly the series of emotions that I felt when I built that kit. Where'd this piece come from? What? Oh, it's A21. I see. Don't cut the peg. There we go. I did not know there was a War in the Pocket manga remake. Currently doing the decal work on Tamiya airplane kit. Nice to listen to stream the process. Yes, I remember you talking about that last night. Back in '97, we had episodic mechs once in a while. Yeah, we did. But nowadays, I feel like it's more the fact that now that we've gotten them once in the HGUC line, I feel like it's kind of a tall order to expect any of them again. Outside of maybe the Camphor or the Zaku Kai, but out of all the ones they've done, those are kind of the best out of the bunch. So I feel like those are the ones they'd be least likely to redo. You watched 0080, by the way, really good little show. Yeah, it is. It's probably my favorite piece of animated media from Gundam. It's just a really solid, concise little story. I love those kind of side stories that tell just a nice little self-contained narrative. They have a solid start, they have a solid ending, they don't overstay their welcome, they don't run on for too long, they tell their story and they just wrap everything up. It's just a nice little story. Is this supposed to go on first? Yes, it is. Okay. So I don't want to tab that in. Open side goes up, and that just... Oh, I see. That goes in first. Because the back of the collar piece tabs down into the back piece. So those link up like this. And they drop down like that. Get a P.O. box in the US, have the kids sent there, and just hop the border and pick them up. I mean, he could probably do something similar to that. Although I'm not sure what Canadian customs are like. They might not like that. Some countries are more strict about that sort of thing than others. MGEX, MGST, what's the next spin-off line? PGSD, RGMSM. PGSD would be crazy. I feel like they couldn't possibly make a more elaborate SD Gundam than the Master Grades they've already done. They just make them bigger. So he needs the neck polycap. A5. Oh, it's that little scope piece on the shoulder. Or the collarbone, I guess. A5. This little guy. Little sensor. Top side of the chest. Hey, first time viewer and commenter on one of your streams. How it's going so far? The kit. Building an HG Sinanju. Nice. Almost done with mine. Working on the thruster of the backpack. That is a pretty cool kit. I'm really fond of the high-grade Sinanju Stein because not only is it a really cool detailed model, but they also made some little improvements to the original Sinanju to give it better articulation, and they also included the bazooka that used to be exclusive to the Neo Zeon. Only thing I don't like about it is they use this really weird brown shade of gray for the frame. It was crazy to me they redid the Ground Gundam. Honestly, HGUC original held up the modern kits. Yeah, like that was, I think that was just a case of them having already made the mold for the Blue Destiny and the GM ground type, so they just decided to go back and redo everyone else as well. I'm glad they did, though, because they gave us basically every single version of that mobile suit all on the same consistent body. Only one they didn't do was the EZ8, but that already had a good enough high grade, so that's not really a big deal. Although with that said, it would have been nice to get the last of them so that you could have the whole set all on the same body. Nine and 13. 100% agreed. It felt like the perfect length. Yeah, just a really nice little story. I love Gundam. It's a great series, but sometimes 50 episodes just kind of drags on a bit. So it's nice to have those shorter stories to break things up with. I think that's the chest. No, it's 13. I want this piece, the little red bit. Really wanted an MGSD to try out. I'm not a huge fan of the MS chosen so far. Yeah, they're probably going to stick with those very big A-listers for now. I would say the next one's probably going to be either an Exia or an RX-78. Maybe Ariel. I could see them doing Ariel just because of the astronomical level of popularity the show has right now. Don't have the Sinanju Stein yet, just the regular Sinanju. Well, if you see the Stein, you should pick it up because it's a really good kit. Would love to see some more Moon Gundam designs as high grade or even Re-100. The Zaku 4 and the Jetta look cool. Yeah, Moon Gundam's got some really interesting designs. It's like they took all the Neo Zeon and like Londo Bell Federation stuff, and they just let Ippei Gyobu just redesign all of it. There's a really cool Bawu variant. I think there's like a, what was it called, the Theta Plus, I think, that was kind of like a, oh man, I want to say it was like a Zeta Plus variant or something. It was an interesting design for sure, but I don't really know a lot of the designs from Moon Gundam super well because I haven't read the manga yet. I am going to read it at some point though, because it's one of the few Gundam manga that actually has an up-to-date translation. So I could read through and enjoy the whole thing. Very nice looking torso. Is there a sticker that's... Yes, there is a sticker that's supposed to go on there. Okay. So that would be number 3. The little yellow decal. Just a little pop of color. Front. I'm going to see if I can get this aligned properly. That is close enough. I think that looks fine. Dipper, I don't have a short attention span. I just like shows that don't drag themselves out. I'm not a One Piece fan. I wish they make some sort of Gundam Kai re-edit for older shows. I mean, I feel like we're probably eventually going to get that for original Gundam. Especially with, from what I understand, Doan's Island being reasonably successful. Still need... Manpig, you don't have the HG Moon yet? I'm honestly kind of surprised. That seems like the kind of kit that you would have jumped on immediately. Wish there was an HG of the Dag doll. I'm assuming that's another Moon Gundam design. Is that the whole torso? No, it isn't. I need to make the abdomen. So that would be 20 and then E9. There's 20. There's 20. E9, E9. There it is. Always wanted to be favorite release during the Burnout era and you haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, that's fair. You definitely should, though. It's a really cool kit. I say as if I've built it and enjoyed it, and it isn't just sitting in my backlog for the past 3 years now. 2 years? I don't even know how long I've had that for. I'll get around to it soon. TM. Did he know this? No. I need to pick up another HG Moon, messed with the top coat on mine in some areas. Yeah, I've seen people mess up their kits with top coat before because they top coated it when it was too cold or too humid and it messed up the finish. It's always kind of scary to put down the top coat on a kit after a paint job because you put all this work into the paint job and you obviously don't want to screw it up right at the end by messing up the top coat. Ruining all that work. Those go together like that. I think there's supposed to be a ball poly cap that goes in there. There we go. Nice little torso. Set that off to the side so we can start on the head. The Gundam compilation movies are closest to a re-edit. We have a good example of it in the Zeta trilogy. Yeah, the Zeta trilogy, that's I'm not a fan of those movies. They are completely incomprehensible if you haven't seen the show, and even if you have seen the show, they're still kind of bizarre in the choices that they make in terms of what they show and what they don't, because they kind of jump around all over the place in terms of story. And then on top of that, you have the weird whiplash between the modern animated segments and the retro segments, because for some reason, they thought it would be a good idea to reanimate parts of the show, but not the entire show. I am not really a fan of that decision, because original Zeta's animation looks fine, and the new animation they did looks fine too. What doesn't look fine is when you're constantly cutting back and forth between them, sometimes in the middle of a scene. That just makes it so distracting that it pulls you out of the movie, so I do not think they did a good job with those movies. Pretty much the only reason I watched them was for the Hazel, and then I realized that the Hazel's cameo in those movies is literally one Hazel from behind about as far away as it could possibly be for a single panning establishing shot. That's it. That's the only time that you see the Hazel in the Zeta movies. If you think you want to watch it just to see the only animated appearance of the Hazel, that is a bad reason to see the movie, because it's not even animated. It's literally one of those like anime panning shots where they just have like a background scene and they just kind of like move the camera up it. It's one of those shots. That's the only time that you actually see the Hazel in that movie. But the original Gundam compilation movies are not that bad. They're actually my preferred way to watch Gundam. And from what I understand, Tomino, I believe, prefers them to the show himself. Ever gotten any Robot Spirits figures? Couldn't wait for the HG. Mine was the Regency Custom. The Regency Custom is a pretty nice looking Robot Spirits. I have not picked up any of the figures in that line, but I really want to. And honestly, with how nice the anime figures are in terms of their accuracy and their accessories and just the level of detail and just quality and polish that goes into those figures, even for mobile suits that I already have as model kits, I still kind of want to pick up some of the Robot Spirits. I think their metal Robot Spirits for some of the Seed Gundams like the Destiny and Strike Freedom look really, really nice. They've also got Nakatsuki, which looks way better than any of the model kits we've gotten of it. And then, of course, there's the Rita Z, like you mentioned. And ultimately, probably the Robot Spirit that has me the most interested is the Night Gundam, just because I really, really want a real type proportions Night Gundam. And that Metal Robot Spirits figure, or actually the several Metal Robot Spirits figures we've gotten of it, are far and away the best looking ones that I've seen. Oh, hey, Kat, welcome to the stream. Are Robot Spirits close to a 1/100 or 1/144th? They're closer to 1/144th. They're not going to be exactly in scale, but the newer ones are pretty close. From what I understand, Robot Spirits are generally scaled by series. So the Crossbone and F91 kits, or figures rather, are going to be larger than they should be for 1/144th scale, but they're going to be in scale with the other Crossbone and F91 kits, while the Zeta Gundam figures, for example, are going to be maybe, weirdly scaled compared to the Crossbone, but compared to other Zeta Gundam MS, they're going to be accurate to each other. They seem to kind of shoot for like scale accuracy within the line. However, from what I've heard with some of the more recent figures, they have moved towards a more in line with HG scale. It seems like whenever we have a figure line for Gundam, they always kind of adapt to the standards of the model kit line, because Bandai knows that's what people predominantly buy. I feel that with the Robot Spirits dual anime, to be honest, the HG is so bad. Yeah, when it comes to Seed, original Seed, the TV show, I would say the Master Grades are probably the best way to go. And I'm saying that as someone who's a big 1/144th collector. As much as I like having everything 1/144th, you just cannot beat those Master Grade Seed kits. Rita Z Customs kind of there's so many Gundams that era that doesn't really stand out. I think it's really cool. I really like the Rita Z Custom as a design. I already kind of like the Rita Z, and Gundamifying it I think it's a really cool look for it, even if it does take away some of the unique character of the Rita Z. I think I mixed up my nubbed and denubbed parts. Let me make sure I actually got all of these. Did I get you? Yeah, you look good. Okay. That does not need to be denubbed, and neither does that. Okay. I'm going to grab a quick water. And yes, X, it's very rare that something is worth watching just for a particular MS. Last month I got into 3 arguments about F91 being badly written and incoherent, and no weird-looking MS can change that. Honestly, dude, you're not that wrong. I was not super impressed when I watched F91. It had some really nice animation in some spots, but the actual show itself, or the actual story, boy, could you tell that was supposed to be the first half of a TV show, because it does not make a great movie. It's a seed of an idea that could have been so much more, and never got the follow-up it deserved. Yeah, I mean, it is that, but at the end of the day, potential is just potential. I agree, Seed thrives in MG. The issue is the variety is mostly in HG, and also you like displaying all the kits together. Yeah, same. But sometimes I'll break that just if there's a set of kits like the Seed ones where the master grades are just very obviously superior, I'll go with the 1/100. There's the head. Is that a... Oh. Huh. That's an odd choice. So there's a little blue eye sensor sticker. Whoop. There we go. Little blue... No. Focus on my hand. There you go. There's a little blue eye sensor sticker you're supposed to put in the middle of the visor here, and then you put the visor over it. So there's not even really a point to the sticker. And it's not like it's like, at least with the silver foil ones they put behind the visor, it kind of helps the visor pop more, but I can't really see this doing much. It's such a tiny little sticker. And it only covers the main sensor. It doesn't cover the whole visor, so I feel like that's kind of pointless. Like I guess the visor goes this way. I put the visor in and it looks perfectly fine without it. Can I get this back out? No, I can't. Okay, so I guess that's staying in there, regardless of how I feel about it. So just slide the top of the head on, but I think these go on first. Yeah. I don't think the order of those actually matter. Yes, you can buy the new anime RD seed line. I have an HG Strike, so you want HGG Project MS. Yeah, we're probably going to get them eventually. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the next thing they do after the G Gundam kits. Because they sure as hell aren't going to do X. No matter how badly they're needed. Which direction does this go in? Oh, I see. It's like this. It's like setting the gem in a ring. Very carefully drop it in and just let it sit down in there. I seem to remember the visor gem on the Sniper 2 being similarly frustrating. But this one's even worse because it's keyed, so it only goes in one specific direction and it only goes in from one specific angle. I think I just got it. Yeah, I think that's good. Alright, so he needs his little earmuff pieces. So that's going to be 18, 19, and E11. Where are those going to go? Would love more late UC models. We only have the Gundams, not the machines they fight. I mean, we got the Dictus. That was pretty cool. I was honestly really surprised we got anything from Crossbone that wasn't actually the Crossbone Gundam. Best late UC Gundams forever Crossbone. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Crossbone. I still need to read that manga. I'm not a huge fan of the way that they draw the characters in it. I feel like it wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't for the fact that I already know what the characters are supposed to look like from F91. So when they're drawn in a very, very obviously different art style in Crossbone, it's super jarring. Crossbone, some stanky art. Yeah. Alright, Euro. See ya. Seems like a canon detail over something that looks good. Yeah. Alright, Jita. See you later. Looks like you go this way. Alright. Now you go in here. This is the one that has that extra little attachment on the side. Oh, I just realized I had the camera completely out of focus. There we go. Man, could they have made this part any tinier? There we go. So this goes here. Come on. Get in there. Okay. Yesterday was a bad time to trim my nails. There we go. There we go. So that little gray piece that I was fiddling with becomes a little machine gun, sensor array, some sort of attachment on the side of the head. I think that's a pretty nice looking head sculpt. You can see him starting to come together. A little bit of asymmetry going on in the neck and head area. We got this piece. We got the little machine guns. We got the antenna all kind of coming off this side. Definitely weighting the design more to one side than the other. Gonna have to see how that looks once it's all built up. Heard that writing-wise, first Crossbone's best, but then it goes down a bit. Yeah, I've got them all. I've got them all downloaded up to, I think Steel 7 is the last one I have. So I'm gonna read through those at some point. Did I see the EPEG Yobi illustration of the Schwarzette? Interesting, it looks very different from the HD. No, I don't think I saw his illustration for it. Oh, hey, Andrew, welcome to the stream. Yeah, thanks for not spoiling it. I'm definitely not caught up on Witch from Mercury. I haven't actually seen any of the second season yet. Probably should have mentioned that earlier in the stream. Makes sense, it was originally meant as a not a Gundam, and you can clearly see that in the episode. Yeah. Oh, you mean the Schwarzette? I thought you were talking about Crossbone. Okay, B. We're on the B runner now. So 14, 16, and 17. This guy has some very... This is an interesting build because there's very little symmetry on this kit. You know, the shoulders, the arms, the chest, the head. They've all got something different going on the left side versus the right. This is going to be a very engaging build. 14, right? Yeah, so 16 and 17. There's one. And the other. And then 14. 14. There you are. There. There's 14. Quality's gone up massively and our boy Bob's getting some attention. Yeah, I've heard it's been getting really good. I'm glad to see it because I didn't do any commentary on the last couple episodes of Witch from Mercury because they came out after the break, and by then I was kind of on a break myself, but I really like the way they ended that first season. It definitely took most of the first season's run, but I think they did just barely manage to turn it around in the end. It really does also seem like they're giving all the best character moments to Gwell, which I have no problem with whatsoever. It's always great when you're watching an anime and there's just like some random side character that ends up being far and away your favorite character in the show. And that seems like very much an anime thing. Like, I very rarely get that feeling when it comes to American television, but with anime, there's so many times where I'm just watching a show and there's just some random side guy that just completely steals the show. And for me, with Witch from Mercury, Gwell is definitely that guy. This is the right orientation. Yes. Okay. So it needs a polycap. I gotta drop one of those down in here. Just a basic PC1. A lot of the older high grades, and by old I mean like 90s and very early 2000s, would use PC1 polycaps for absolutely everything. Sometimes they'd use them to a fault. Is that the right orientation? Yes, it is. 7, 8, and 9. Okay. Is it just me, or do most revives not look good proportionally? I can't stand the tiny head, thick legs, long waist, and small feet. That's just what modern Gundam proportions are now. If you like the retro proportions, you're probably better off going with the original kits, or potentially with the anime figures if you want that really anime accurate look. 7, 8, and 9. There we go. But yeah, the modern Gundam aesthetic always is going to have those features, so any modernized kits of older mobile suits are going to be adjusted to match that. There are some kits like the high-grade Zaku where even though the Revive is technically a better kit, I still really like the original just because it has those classic old-school proportions. Just saying, like Gundam X, you will like some scenes in G-Witch and what's to come. Yeah, I enjoyed Gundam X for sure. I can't remember if I finished it or not because this was... I watched it a very long time ago and I was watching it on YouTube, and I think there was a point in the show where the person who was uploading it just kind of stopped, so I don't believe I watched the full thing. I don't think Gwell's a side character. He's close to being one of the main characters. Yeah, well, side characters and not, like, the main character. Like, I don't care about Suletta's story nearly as much as I do Gwell. I think Gwell, even with like, the extra development and kind of fleshing out that Suletta got as the show went on, I still am quite a bit more interested in Gwell than I am in Suletta's story, even at this point. Although, once I watch Season 2, that may change. Alright, so this one goes on the back to cover up the slot, and this one goes like this. And now we got the beam saber rack for the shoulders. I think I want to say it's a beam saber rack. It looks like it couldn't be anything but a beam saber rack, but I seem to remember calling it a beam saber rack and then someone correcting me on that, so I don't know if that's really what this is supposed to be. They are shaped slightly differently to the beam sabers, so maybe they're something else. But I don't know. This is so clearly a beam saber. You got the hilt. You got the little beam emitter, right? Okay, you can't see this because the camera's not focused on it. Come on. There you go. But it's like a little hilt, and you got a little beam emitter right here, and there's a little slot for him to grab in his hand even. Like, this is so clearly a beam saber. I'm not sure what else that would be intended to be. They're missiles. Okay, I guess I can kind of see that. When I see these type of square-tipped missiles, it makes me think more of a, like one of those contained like missile block arrays like you see on heavy arms, more than standalone missiles sitting on the outside of an MS like this. They give you real beam sabers anyways for the Code Fairy version if they make that. I mean, I think this guy's got real beam sabers as well. I'm pretty sure I saw them in the promo pics. I think we are going to get the Code Fairy version of this at some point since it's such an easy repaint. Like, even if the Code Fairy game didn't do particularly well, and I don't know if it did or not, but even if it didn't, it's such an easy repaint in a cool color scheme of a kit that's already been a proven seller that I think there's no way they're not going to do it. Doing a cool dark colored repaint of the GM Spartan would be such easy money for Bandai. They'd never leave that on the table. Okay, yeah, it does have beam sabers. That's what I figured. One of these sides look better. That one's a little bit nicked up, so I'll face that one inward so you don't see it as much. And then I'm going to place this with the holes facing forward. Is that? Yeah, that looks right. So you're going to be flipped around. I'm going to want you facing this way as well. And then we have our little shoulder missiles. And now to build the other side shoulder entirely differently. Or no, never mind. We're doing the rest of the arm first. And no, you can't beat the Zusa when it comes to missiles. Unless you're heavy arms. Even then, I think Zusa might have it beat. So we're finally getting into the actual Sniper 2 runners. So we need 6, 7, and 2. And then the hand pieces, and that's literally it. So 6. 7, and where's 2? Right here. And then from the E-runner, we're going to grab 1. Even the inner frame isn't entirely original Sniper. There's very few pieces it seems like they're using here that are actually off the Sniper 2. And then number 2 is this piece down here. It really seems less like they reused the Sniper 2 parts as a way to reuse the tooling, and more so just like it was an incidental thing, like, oh, we happen to have GM joints from this other kit, I guess we might as well use them. What armor pieces are we using? We are using the 31 and 32, and then 11. So 31 and 32, and then 11. 32, and where's 11? There's 11. Got that little elbow pad in it with I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the guy that designs the GM Sniper 2 and the GM command type. These little holes you see on the elbow pad, that's almost kind of like a little signature design trait of his. You see this on a lot of his designs. The GM's got it. I'm pretty sure the Jigen's got it. The Pat Labor's got it. Calling it a remold of the Sniper 2 would be very generous, Kat. It's more so a case of they used a couple Sniper 2 runners in this because they happen to have them. I would say this uses about as much Sniper 2 as the Master Grade Sniper 2 reuses from the Gundam 2.0. Like, there's technically some there, but it's really not a very major part of the kit. In fact, I would say this uses even less. This is even less reliant on the Sniper 2 than the Master Grade Sniper 2 was on the Gundam 2.0. G-Witch kind of restored Bandai's faith in pouring big money into an anime since Age. It felt like they were cutting corners on mainline series. Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. I think they're going to try to ride the witch wave for as long as they can. It's very rare that Gundam gets something this successful that they can capitalize on. Did I already denub these? No, I didn't. Okay. Then denub they shall be. Yeah, I believe this kit reused the joints and hands in the kit and nothing else. Yep, that is 100% accurate. That is exactly what they did. It would have been nice to have the bullpup machine gun included, but that would probably come with the Code Fairy version. Yeah, that's fortunately a very common weapon to see with Federation mobile suits, so there are quite a few other kits that include it. I'm kind of wondering what the articulation is going to end up being like on this kit, since the GM Sniper 2 is not even remotely a bad kit, but it does have the articulation of a, 2012, 2013 era GM, so I'm curious to see if that impacts this kit at all. I definitely remember the original Sniper 2 that I built. I'm 95% positive it had single jointed elbows, so I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. Although just looking at the step I'm on right now in the manual, it looks like they adjusted the elbow piece so it has a double joint, so maybe they corrected that. There's a third nub right here, yeah. All right, that clears off that, and one more piece. Vanitas Heart. That's the Witch from Mercury manga, right? I really like the Gundam from that. I didn't pick it up in the P Bandai shop because I didn't happen to have the spare cash to do a P Bandai order at the time that it dropped, but I think that's a really cool kit, and I am going to pick one up eventually. Which I think it deserves a lot of credit for, because regardless of the show, I am not a huge fan of most of the designs from Witch from Mercury, and there's very few that I actually look at and go, oh, that's actually really cool. The Darabalde is one. I'd say the Michaelis is pretty good as well. And the Demi-Balding, or Demi-Barding, I think looks really, really cool. But aside from those three, the Lefrith Jew, I think they called it, the one from the Vanitas Heart manga, I think that's really one of the best designs I've seen from the series so far. Any mobile suit designs you want to see in Hathaway 2? I don't know. I mean, if you mean stuff like the Gaplant that we saw at the beginning of the first one, where you get kind of like cameos from some like mid to late UC mobile suits, I kind of don't care. When it came to Hathaway, I was in love with just the atmosphere and the story and presentation of it, to the point where I really didn't care what mobile suits were or weren't in it. If we get to see some cool cameos by some of the Titans mobile suits or some of the Londo Bell suits, awesome. But that's certainly not something that would... It's not something I'm really hoping for going into the movie. It's just kind of a nice icing on the cake. Season 2 got a massive boost in animation quality. Apparently had a CG model of Ariel rebuild. Only just now in episode 6 they used it. Okay, cool. So I'm glad to see they're putting more money into the show now that it's successful. Demand the Angsha and Rizal get cameos? I mean, they might. I would definitely not be surprised to see the Angsha. That seems like the sort of suit that would reasonably make sense to show up. Am I missing any pieces? Yes, I am. I need D1, and I need a couple polycaps. A PC11. Yes. So there's the 11, and our first piece off the D runner. It's funny that this is a new runner for the Spartan because it feels almost exactly like one of the runners for the Sniper 2. In fact, I think this layout of the runner is exactly the same as on the Sniper 2, and the only reason it's a new runner is because there's some extra panel lining on the pieces. In terms of what parts are here in the layout is almost identical. The Frith Jew kind of got memed on due to some goofy poses. Yeah, I think I saw some panels from the manga. I didn't read it, but as far as I know, it hasn't been translated, so... those of you that are following along with it, I'm assuming you guys just speak Japanese or something. Because as far as I've seen, there's no one doing an English translation of it right now. Well, yeah, the manga's just like that, but in a good way. Yeah, it didn't honestly look too bad to me in terms of weird poses. Although I only saw a few screenshots from it. Where do you go? This way, right? Yeah. That, and then... Get the cat hair out of there. There we go. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, they gave it a... Is that going to be a... let's see... Did they give it a... they kind of gave it a double joint. There's... Let me focus. Come on. There you go. There's technically a second elbow joint in there. You can see it kind of wiggling there at the base, but it really doesn't move much. So that's about all the elbow movement you're going to get out of it. Man, that's kind of disappointing. They took very little from the Sniper 2 and they managed to incorporate the weakest aspects of it. Oh, so you just look at the pictures, Cat? Kind of sad Bandai hasn't milked the MG-IBO frame. Yeah, there's a lot of... I feel like there's a lot of potential with that they just haven't tapped into. With as much popularity as IBO has, I wonder if it really sells that well from a merch standpoint. Because it almost feels like IBO is in the position right now that 00 was in for most of the 2010s, where Bandai seems to be perfectly happy to make merch for it, but they only do it for the lead Gundam. It's like how for like 2012 through 2018, the only kits we would get for 00 would be Exias, Quantas, and 00 Risers, because it seemed like that was all Bandai wanted to do. And it was only very recently that we started to get the other Gundams. And I kind of feel like IBO's in a similar position now, where they're totally fine with doing the base Barbatos, and they'll do it at whatever grade, whatever new line they want. But they really don't want to expand anything beyond that. All right. Pop that arm on the shoulder. Let's see that arm movement now that it's all built up. Yep, that's it. That's all he gets. I can maybe push it a bit more. That's about it. That's a bummer. Oh well. Kid has very realistic cat hair detail. Knows the Onyx scans to a full translation of Chapter 1. Okay, well, that's pretty par for the course for them. We'll see how that holds up in the future. I think IBO did well during the time, but now that people are realizing the kits are very similar and don't age well, the hype's dying down hard. Yeah, I think IBO did pretty well when it came out, but it definitely does not have the legs to keep on being the moneymaker it was. Although the fact that they are willing to put out the Barbatos in lines like MGSD does make me think that even if it's not as big as it used to be, there's still a moderate level of sales they can get from it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting the Barbatos in everything. They could do the same with the Graze frame. Oh yeah, they could definitely get a lot of use out of the Graze frame. Quite frankly, they wouldn't even need to make a master grade of it. If they just made some more Graze variants based off the 1/100 kit, I think that would be perfectly fine. Because I don't think we really need a master grade Graze. Like, that 1/100 kit is a really nice model. And I would not mind seeing some more of the variants of it, like the Ritter, or the ground type, the what's it called, the Kai-2, the Ryuseigo. I think that would be really cool too. Like, there's a lot of stuff they can make out of that mold if they had the market for it. Despite it being 8 years ago, honestly, I'm genuinely amazed at how much longevity the high-grade IBO line has, because that kind of goes against everything that I've just been saying. We are still getting high-grade IBO kits this year. And for those of you guys that maybe haven't been in the Gundam fandom for as long, you have to understand, that doesn't happen. The last time we had that was with Gundam Seed back in 2002. I think the Seed line ran from like 2002 to 2008, 2009, and then we got a couple kits in 2013. But that was an abnormality. Like, Seed was up there with Witch from Mercury as one of those Gundam series that just sells exceedingly well, so it wasn't really a surprise. So the fact that IBO is still getting kits 8 years later in the regular basic high-grade line as retail kits that are just out there and available, that doesn't happen almost ever. That's a big deal. So clearly there's some sort of lingering popularity that IBO still has, even if it is probably just the mobile game that's carrying it right now. All right, let's build that other arm. Right off the bat, we've already got some unique parts. All the rest of those are B and C parts. Okay, then. There's 13. This is a really fun kit to build because it's very, very engaging. There's not a lot of repetition to it. Every piece that you're building on the left side is a little bit different on the right, so you never really feel like you're falling into a formula with it. And then we got 16, 17, and the rest of those. I'll just go ahead and cut all those out right now. Fully expect an IBO sequel movie OVA that has the surviving characters getting revenge on Rustal. I mean, I think we kind of got that with the mobile game. I'm not sure. I'm not really that familiar with the story of it, but it seems like it's a continuation of the show's story. So that's probably where they're gonna go with that. Let's see, there's the little it's still got the little flap on the front and the one on the side. Okay, so I am gonna need these pieces. I need one more piece. 6, 7, 8, or 6, 7, 8, 9. There it is. Some of the suits in the mobile game are pretty cool, though, even if the kits aren't the best things ever. Like the Asmodee, not yet made into a kit, Gamijin. Yeah, I did not really like the Asmodee that much. It's that like really fluorescent tennis ball yellow that really does not do it for me. No, it's not. Oh, it's an intraquel. Okay. From I've heard the plot's the crew traveling through a bunch of places related to the 7-star families and some Calamity War footage. Okay, so it's not a sequel. So yeah, I guess that does leave room potentially for a sequel OVA. Okay, so I got the shoulder pieces. Now I need to get the arm parts and the forearm. Here we go. So start with the forearm. Left and right halves. And I already cut out the elbow cover, so that's good. Do I need anything else? I need the bicep. The bicep, okay. That's gonna be from here. It's set between since Isurugi appears in it, okay. Yeah, that seems to be the case. They probably wanted to make sure they could include as many characters in Mecha as possible, so they chose to make sure that it happens in the middle of the story. Now we gotta get the joint parts. Right. That to there. And then this piece. Oop. Cat hair getting on everything. There we go. Okay, so that's everything, right? I gotta get E1. There we are. E1 and then the polycap. Another PC11. Yeah, I figured based off your comments that you were further back in the stream, Riley. All right, so there's that done. This part of the shoulder is mostly the same as the other side, just with the different parts on the shield. Nice VTuber mod, by the way. Thanks. Looks perfect for a build series pilot. Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind with it. I would probably go for some sort of a stray variant. Same colors as the model, that kind of black and orange combo. Not sure what I do for weapons. Maybe something similar to the Blue Frames weapon loadout where you have all the missile pods and bazookas and stuff. I would want it to be kind of unique though, and not just a palette swap of the Blue Frames equipment. I did find a really good, or like at least a decent 3D model of the Blue Frame equipment that I could print out though, so maybe someday I'll make it as an actual physical custom. I've got a Master Grade Astray in my backlog, the Red Dragon version, but I kind of want to do that as a straight build, so I don't even know if I'd use the Master Grade as a base for it I kind of don't like the Master Grade Astray that much. Like, it's okay, I don't love it. I think even if it has limited color accuracy, I think the high grade Astray is the one I would probably go with for any sort of custom. If I lived in the Build Fighters universe where every kit exists, I'd use a Zeku Vi or Queen Mantha. Oh yeah, Queen Mantha would absolutely wreck it in a Build Fighters tournament. Be one of those assholes that just brings in a full mobile armor to a mobile suit fight, and then somehow loses anyway to the power of friendship. Some kind of Lord Astray Omega kind of color palette. More like a black and orange kind of thing, sort of like the Avatar has. Although basing it off the Lord Astray wouldn't be too bad of an idea. I don't really like the model kit for the Lord Astray, though. I'd probably want to base it off a better base kit. Maybe I could incorporate elements of the Lord Astray's design into the regular Astray. Kind of get the best of both worlds. And still have the quality of the original high grade. That could work. MG Astray is very dated. Yeah, it's okay. It's honestly not a bad kit, but I don't love it. It's not great. I think the worst part about it is posing that thing with the tactical arms just plain sucks. And unfortunately, 3/4 of the versions of that mold come with the tactical arms, so you're kind of saddled with it unless you get a very limited number of variations of it, like the Astray D or the Red Dragon. And even then, I haven't built the Red Dragon yet, so for all I know, the Keltovich swords could cause just as many issues as the tactical arms does. I guess the Astray Noir would be another option if you really don't want the tactical arms. Okay, so this pops in there. Oh, hey, Roxy. Yeah, no spoilers for G-Witch. I've not gotten caught up yet. How do I arrange these? This goes here, and this goes here. I'm thinking I should get a like a jacket that kind of matches the colors of my avatar for that continuity between the video footage and the character on screen. Where does this go? This way. And then like this. Oh, that's right, the wrist piece. I knew I forgot something. Let me just grab that real quick. It's number 2. Dry transfers or water slides? Dry transfers aren't that bad, but I actually prefer using water slide decals. They're really nice because once you get them on the piece, they're not stuck in place, so you can kind of move and adjust them until they're exactly where you want them to be, and then you can let them dry on. While with the dry transfers, you have to tape them down pretty much where you want, and then you have to rub at them for a while to get them to transfer off, and they don't always transfer correctly, they don't always transfer completely. So they're definitely usable, but they're sometimes a bit annoying to deal with compared to the water slides. And water slides are not as intimidating as some people think they are. If you can handle building Gunpla, you can handle putting water slides on a kit. It's really not that difficult. So if you have a kit with water slides and you're not sure if you want to use them or not, I would definitely recommend at least giving them a try. There we go. Yep, there's that same pathetic elbow bend. Then this goes on the bottom, and I don't think there's a front or a back to this. I think it just slides on. Yeah, it's symmetrical. Did I not denub this? Interesting, they pumped out the next MGSD sooner than the next MGX. Well, the MGSDs take a lot less time for them to develop than an MGX. And they're also much cheaper kits, so they don't need to space them out as much. Because that's something you also have to keep in mind is, if they release, 4 like $200 models back to back, people are going to pick and choose what they want because no one's going to actually buy 4 consecutive models that are that expensive. So they try to consciously space out those sort of big releases. But since the MGSDs are only about as expensive as a standard master grade, they release some of the frequency you would release a standard master grade. Although I realize as soon as I say that there really isn't a frequency that they release standard master grades at anymore. So I guess it would be the frequency they used to release standard master grades at. So where does this go? Oh, you plug it into this first. I see. So it goes in here, and then you attach everything together. Kind of a missed opportunity for some color separation in here. They made this bottom lip here is a separate piece of plastic, but they used the same color for both of them. I think they could have used a darker green for the edge, and it would have set the piece apart nicely. There's that. And let that sit right there. Oh, I missed a couple pieces. What about the Stray No Name or Lord of Stray Double Rebake? I'm not as big a fan of those designs. Let me get caught up on the chat. They're getting reprints to retail in the States, which I find interesting. I don't remember which kits you're talking about, Kat. Oh, hey, Estrella, welcome to the stream. Water slides are very intimidating. Once had a water slide in a leather jacket. Pull a knife on me in an alleyway. Yeah, you gotta watch those water slides, you know? Can't be trusted. MGSD been in development for a long time ago. Remember the Barbatos was leaked from the beginning. Yeah, that was leaked at the same time that they announced the Zeta Gundam. Or not the Zeta Gundam. The I guess technically the Zeta, because it was the event where they announced the MG Zeta Verka, but it was announced at the same time as the Freedom Gundam. They were supposed to be, according to the leaker, they were supposed to be releasing at this or announced at the same time, but they ended up not. They ended up saving the Barbatos announcement for later. But the leak did end up being ultimately correct. Although they were only partially correct because they told me I'd be getting a Super Robot Wars Weiss Ritter, and that ended up being a lie, so still a little bit annoyed about that. It better be the next release after the Huckabine. I can't believe that line's gone this long without a Weiss Ritter. If only they released standard master grades at the rate of standard master grades. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. I feel like 8 is like the optimal number of master grades to get in a year, where it's not quite once every 2 years, but not quite once every other month, but not quite monthly either, just somewhere in between. And that would include things like big releases, but also like minor stuff like palette swaps and minor part variants and stuff. The kind of things that we used to get at retail for master grades. I think 8's a good number of master grades, plus maybe like 14 HGUC kits, so like a bit more than one a month. And that could be including stuff like high grade Origin as well. I feel like that would be a healthy selection of Gunpla. Which nowadays, looking back from the 2020s, seems like an insane amount of kits for them to release in a single year. But from like 2018 and earlier, that was pretty much the norm. That was just what we would get in a year when it came to Gunpla. Okay, I need the hands now, so I think I saw the backs over here. Yes, I did. And then the hand pieces are on the Sea Runners from the Sniper. Next release is Daigengar. Weiss Ritter might be next. Yeah, I hope so. Surprised that Huckabine wasn't first. I mean, I understand wanting to hold off on the Huckabine a little bit. I think we're probably going to see a lot of variants of that one too, since there's many, many different versions of the Huckabine in the games. Can we get an SDMG Barbas Taurus? I would be very, very surprised if they did any of the build variants as MGSDs. They don't even get regular master grades most of the time, so I highly doubt that's going to happen. My local has an MG Turn X and Theo, but they still have the red Bandai logo. There's going to be nothing wrong with the plastic. You're just going to be buying an older copy of the kit. There's no real damage that's done by them being that old. In fact, if you want Master Grade Theo, I'm pretty sure the red Bandai logo version is the only version you can get, because I don't believe that kit has been reprinted since they started using the blue logos. So if the price is right, I would definitely jump on that Master Grade Theo, because that kit is a pain in the ass to track down right now. Same thing with Turn X, although I think Turn X has been reprinted a couple times since the blue logo, but it's still a really hard kit to get a hold of. And the worst part is, the last time they reprinted it, they only did it at Gundam base, so it's basically unobtainable internationally. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like the Gelgoog mass production colors. We used to get that at retail. Just those kind of, you know, sort of filler master grade releases to help pad out the release schedule. I know, more than one HG at retail, that is an insane thing. Like, you think Bandai's made of money? They can just churn out multiple model kits per year? That's simply impossible. It can't be done. HG SRW is surprisingly great. Built the Mark II recently. It feels substantial. Yeah, they're great kits. They're a little bit expensive. A little bit expensive for my taste. I'm probably going to... I want to get the Ultisin, but I'm probably going to grab it when it goes on sale. Man, sometimes I look at like Japanese like aftermarket prices for some of these kits, and I really wish I lived over there. Everything's so cheap. The benefits of being in a struggling economy. You can barely afford your food and rent, but hey, at least you got cheap Gunpla. Why'd they change red to blue? Oh, it was for it was like a restructuring inside the company. So Bandai used to use the red logo for all the different branches of Bandai, but then when they restructured, they used the blue logo for Bandai Spirits, which was a new kind of sub-company they made that consolidated together all of their collector lines. So Tamashii Nations, Bandai Spirits, I think Bandai Shokugan as well, which is like their candy toy line. Those all got consolidated together into Bandai Spirits, and Bandai Spirits started using the blue Bandai logo. That's all it is. It doesn't have anything to do with them being a reprint or not reprint. It's just a rearrangement of how the company was structured from a corporate standpoint. Ultimately, it didn't actually change anything about their products. Reiji, I would say an HGCC cop pull is extremely likely. Now, whether it's going to be retail or P Bandai, at this point, it's probably going to end up being P Bandai, but they've already got the mold from Momo cop pull, so it is going to happen eventually. Yeah, if only shipping wasn't a killer, because whenever you see a good deal on a kit in Japan, it always ends up being like 10 to 20% more than it is in America once you actually factor in the shipping. The PGF-22 Raptor would be a small-scale model when it comes to aircraft. If it was 1/60th, yeah. They might have to make it a bigger scale, like 1/40th or 1/35th or something. Bandai's a single 90-year-old lady hand-carving the molds for every model. That's why it takes so long. Yeah, I mean, there used to be some hand-carving involved in the process. Back before they had CAD, they would use... They would actually, back in the 80s, they would carve the prototypes for the models out of wood, and they would do that by hand, so... There was a point in time where that was not an entirely wrong assessment. I think the reason most non-Gundam kits are expensive is because of licensing. Yeah, I guess that's what it is, and I guess that kind of shows how much of an advantage Bandai has with Gundam since they don't have to pay licensing for it. Like, that's the power of having your own in-house brand that's successful, is you can make you can really give yourself an edge in the market just by not having to pay someone else to use their designs. Although with some of the choices that Bandai makes, it does seem a little bit strange, just because there are some Sunrise made mecha series that still seem like they have fairly expensive kits. Like even to use Super Robot Wars as an example, like it's owned by Banpresto, and Banpresto is owned by Bandai Namco, so technically they shouldn't have to pay anyone for licensing fees. and yet they still end up being quite a bit more expensive than a standard high grade. For Moderoid, I think the issue is pre-painted parts. Yeah, I think with Moderoid, I don't even know if the pre-painted parts are adding that much cost to them. I think it's just an issue of them not having as big and established of a model kit division as Bandai does. And yeah, economy of scale, like you said, I think that's a bigger part of it than the pre-painted parts. Because pre-painting parts doesn't actually add that much to the cost of a kit. Like, it kind of does because the costs of making a model kit are absurdly low to begin with, but it's not like a crazy big expense. There's a reason you see it so commonly from lines like Kotobukiya. SRW kits thrown in action base to jack up the price and hide the price creep. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that's why they include a base. That's a very common tactic with like figures and the like. If you have a product that is disproportionately expensive because of something that's not immediately obvious to the customer, if you throw in something that's very cheap to add but the customer thinks adds extra value, it can help justify the price in their minds. I would not be surprised if that's the reasoning behind them including action bases with the SRW kits. When are we crowdfunding to buy a cargo ship and send a guy to Japan, buy models at dirt cheap, and then send them back for next to nothing? I mean, not the worst idea, honestly. If we just got a bunch of people together and just pooled our money together to buy a cargo shipment and just bought just like thousands of kits from Japan. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on, you'd have to pick a good time for shipping prices, because I don't know how high the international shipping prices are right now in terms of cargo. I know it was like stupid high during COVID, but I think it's come down quite a bit since then. I want to go back to the days when you could just ship something from Japan for like $30, and that was like a little on the high side, but still reasonable. So if you saw something cool you liked online, you could pick it up, and it wouldn't be, more expensive than just buying it at your local anime shop. When it comes to stuff like scale figures, you basically have to factor an extra $100 into the price in order to accommodate for the shipping, which, when you're dealing with figures that are already close to the $200 mark, if not over it, is very expensive very fast. Especially since a lot of them are so big you can't really put multiples in one shipment. Something I want to do for my Gunpla team's pilot was to use the MGSD Barbatos as the pilot for the Metaverse SDF91, unsure of how it stacks with custom Figma or BD mobile dolls. I'm not exactly sure how big the MGSD is. I wouldn't be able to answer your questions on that regarding scaling. I like the idea of having a living SD as one of the pilots. Kind of like the SD Gundam Force sort of thing, where they're actual sentient characters. I think there's more things to it than owning an IP, because Bandai themselves has stated, even in SRW, that to pay the license for each mecha they include. I don't think Bandai's one big conglomerate, and has sections sort of like in Witch from Mercury, there are sub-companies in the overarching group. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It just seems... It could be a licensing deal where Bandai owns the rights to like the overall branding of Super Robot Wars, but maybe some of the original designs are owned by the mech designer. Maybe the creator of the games has to get a separate royalty cut. There are other factors that could factor in besides just them owning the overall brand. Because I feel like the near universal comprehensive ownership that Bandai has over Gundam is an extremely rare sight, and that is something that they definitely capitalize on in the market, because I don't think there's anything else by any other company that has that level of value and ownership by the company that's making the model kits as well. Because, like, sure, you have original lines like Frame Arms, but as much as Frame Arms is reasonably successful for Kotobukiya, it's not Gundam successful. It sure isn't, just because there's no attached media to it or anything. So Bandai having something as successful as Gundam that's entirely their own is very rare and very valuable. I feel like I didn't properly denub all of these. Buy an old Soviet nuclear submarine, then use it to ship the goods back. No pirate's gonna raid the models. I mean, that might be, depending on the shipping cost for cargo, that might be more or less expensive. Witch from Mercury, the docudrama about Bandai. Yeah, it's just the internal politics of Bandai they turned into an anime. It's not entertainment, it's a cry for help. Shipping by boat takes forever, and then you have to ship it once it gets to the US. Yeah, but that's pretty much the way that you get any product across the Pacific. Like that is how you do it. Whenever you're ordering kits from a US based store like New Type, they order their kits via cargo freight from Japan. Like they're not flying those over by plane, otherwise they would be way more expensive than they already are. Although some stores will do they'll sometimes do like an early advanced shipment by air to fill early pre-orders, and a lot of times if they're doing that, there'll be a markup on those kits because, well, it's more expensive for them. Okay, I don't think I'm going to use those extra plates there. So it's just the 2 fists here for now. Oh, it's oh, that is a tighter joint than I expected. Not tight enough to break anything, but definitely worth noting. It is a friction fit. There's no polycap inside of the wrist to hold the hand in place, so we'll have to see how that holds up over time. It is a very tight connection. They probably over-tightened it a bit because they knew that it has a potential to loosen up eventually. And I just realized I forgot the cap that goes on top of the shoulder, so shoulders are not quite done because I still need B115. And that is this little piece right here. Okay. Bandai doesn't even own all of Gundam. Sentinel and AOZ are co-owned. Sentinel, yes. Advance of Zeta, I don't believe is the case. I think Advance of Zeta they do completely own entirely. And yes, what Kat said is correct. The partial ownership of Sentinel involves the story, not the merch. They can make merchandise for Sentinel just fine, they just can't use the story and characters. So they can make Sentinel model kits, and they can make Sentinel figures, but they can't make a Sentinel anime. That's also why when the Sentinel Gundam shows up in a game like Extreme Versus... Is that the correct piece? That does not look right. Nope, I guess that is correct. Okay. That's why when the Sentinel Gundam shows up in a game like Extreme Versus, there's no pilot data for it, because they can't use the pilot from the original novel. I think at one point PepsiCo had the second largest navy in the world. What, for like shipping and distribution? I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Like I'm pretty sure right now Amazon has like one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, just because they have such a large network of their own drivers and planes and freight and everything. How compatible are Kotobukiya MSG kits for Gunpla? They're compatible-ish in terms of size. I've tried... excuse me. I've tried giving a Gunpla one of the Kotobukiya weapons before, and I found that while the dimensions of the handle were mostly correct, it was quite a bit too thick. So I would have had to have shaved down the side of the handle in order to get it to fit in the hand properly. So they're not quite plug and play, but it does take only a little bit of modification to get them to work. And in terms of scaling, they fit in reasonably well. Yeah, CJ, it sounds like you're going for kind of a fake Grand Order type build. I'd rather watch a docudrama about Bandai than Witch from Mercury. I want to watch a Bandai docudrama that's made in the style of Witch from Mercury. They can use the characters, but only to the extent of the name and portrait. See, I don't even think that's correct, because when they... In Gundam Extreme Versus Full Boost, they have the S Gundam as a playable unit, but there's no pilot name listed, and there's no portrait for the pilot. Because like usually in Extreme Versus, there's a cut-in animation of the pilot that kind of flashes on the screen when you do your super attack, and there isn't one of those for the S Gundam. And there's no reason for them not to include it. Like they for plenty of like niche side characters and manga characters, they will include like portraits for them, so it's not an issue of the character being too obscure. I'm pretty sure they literally just can't use the characters. Brave Cod and Rio Roots are purchasable characters in Overworld and Genesis. Well, then maybe the situation might have changed for them since then. Although sometimes it's worth noting that sometimes when a character is DLC for a game, it's because the licensing costs for that specific character are high enough that they need to make them a standalone DLC to offset the cost. So it might not be an issue of they can't use this full stop. It might just be they can use this, but it's expensive for them to do so. You're not talking about freighter, you're talking about actual warships? What? What, like a Pepsi military? Was that to like guard shipping lines from pirates or something? As part of some deal with the Soviet government, the payment ended up becoming a whole bunch of, oh, I see, they were paid in warships. Okay, so they didn't consciously build their own army. It was just a weird bartering deal. Rather sit and watch V-HG listings waiting for a reprint than watch Witch from Mercury. I mean, everyone's got their priorities. Now I'm using the Justice Knight as is, but recoloring the gray parts with darker parts of the Injustice. Weapons, the Fate part is the pilot, though, hands down. Yeah, I figured you were going for a Fate angle with that. Maybe they bought the rights for G-Gen and not Extreme Versus. Yeah, that's what I would say it probably is. I think, because it would be, there's no such thing as a, oh, we can't use this. It's always, this is too expensive to make sense for us to use. Like, anything could happen in terms of licensing for the right amount of cash and the right negotiations. It's just a matter of, is it within the price range that would make sense for what we would make off of this project? Okay, so I think that's the whole upper body right there. Give you guys another close-up so you can see how he's coming along. I think he looks very nice. I like those clear blue pieces for the head. I thought it was ridiculous how with the Sniper K9 they give you these red foil stickers you're supposed to put over everything for the exam mode. Because it ruins the blue. You get these awesome blue translucent pieces and they're like, hey, here's some ugly red stickers you could put over them. So obviously I didn't do that with mine. I always kept mine in the standard non-exam form. I do like how the middle of this back section is gray. It kind of... This little area right here, we have the dark gray and the light gray and the blood gray, or no, not gray, the dark green and the light green and the gray all kind of meeting together. That's very, very aesthetically pleasing back there. Which is surprising considering it's just all going to be covered up by the backpack once the whole kit's built. Just finished building HG Mods and Kaiser after waiting a month for spare parts, brick kit. Yeah, I've heard that about Kaiser, but man, it's such a cool design though. Hope the HG Durandal's not PB&I. I don't think it's going to be. I think all the Macross stuff they've done so far is retail, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the same. How much of it feels like the Sniper 2 so far? Not much. It's a very different kit. In terms of feel, I'm definitely seeing some similarities. Even if there's not a lot of reused tooling, it definitely has the same kind of articulation to it to some degree. It's got a lot of the same silhouette to it, but I would say just the fact that it's been so long since I built the Sniper K9 makes this feel kind of like a fresh experience again. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting story. At one point, PepsiCo is the second largest naval power. Okay, yeah, I understand the context behind that now. The clear blue could use some Gundam marker. If you mean like some silver behind it to make it pop more, yeah, that would probably improve it a lot. The issue is that I can't get these pieces out because of the way that they're plugged in. They kind of just fall into place and then tab in. So there's no way to like really pull these out, especially the forehead gem. I'm pretty sure that's in there forever. Only way I could see to get that out would be to maybe like super glue a toothpick to the front or something and then pull it out when it dries, but then you'd have a big crusty glob of super glue on the front of the piece, so that wouldn't be ideal either. I was going to pre-order that, but God told me buy the RG Hainu. Well, God was correct, because the RG Hainu is awesome. If you buy an HG Maz and Kaiser for the looks, you'll be satisfied. It's gigantic. Oh yeah, I know. The HG Infinitism kits are massive. I hope they do more Infinitism kits. Yeah, same. Zambot 3 would be a fun one for the Infinitism line. You totally buy it just to put it on the included stand and exist on your shelf. Yeah, pretty much. I would like to see an Infinitism of the, what do they call it? Maz and Emperor G, I think. The SRW exclusive upgrade for Getter, not Getter, for Mazinger Great. Better be Max deserves a retail kit. Oh yeah, I'm almost positive it's going to be retail. The fact he's gone so many years without a single kit to his name is genuinely criminal. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's a very popular character. So, we finished the arms, we finished the upper body. It's time to move on to the legs now. So, we're going to start with a return to the B runner, and for the first time in this manual, we're actually building duplicate parts for both sides. The asymmetry has finally come to an end. Infinitism line, no Infinity Kit. I don't know what you mean by Infinity Kit. If you mean the designs from Mazinger Z Infinity, I'm pretty sure that's what they started the line with. Unless you're talking about a different mecha called Infinity. Max is the single most reoccurring character in Macross and appears in almost every entry, even to state. Okay, then yeah, he should totally be retail. That's not even a question. I'm kind of surprised if he's that popular that it took him this long to get any sort of model. E8 and A25. Gotta remember to cut out the pieces for the other side as well. Here we go. Looks like that's all one piece. Infinity is in Mazinger Infinity. You know, the movie that the kit line is named after is also named after. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what that is. Is that one of the manga? The main character's VA of OG Macross unfortunately passed away, so Max is the closest we have to the franchise's legacy character. Okay. Wonder if Bandai could do other Big West properties. I don't know who Big West is. Is that the people that own Macross? Bandai making something that should 100% be retail but ends up being P Bandai, that would never do something as smooth-brained as that, right? Like, that would just be ridiculous. They would never do that. Not in the 2020s. They're way past that. I would say I would like a Patlabor MG, but Moderoid makes decent kits. Yeah, I've seen the Moderoid Patlabors, and they're very early Moderoids, so they're a little bit basic for my taste, but they seem like alright kits. I would say the most interesting Patlabor kit I've seen was the one that Bandai made for, I think it was for the live action movie. They did a relatively modern, like really detailed kit of the Patlabor, I think around like late 2000s, early 2010s, and I'm not a big Patlabor guy, but that kit does look pretty cool. Am I missing anything? No. That's all of that runner. Okay. So it's those, and then I just need the 7s. Just the PC 7s. Okay. Mazinger Infinity, the mecha is a thing in the movie. Oh, the big one they fight at the end. Right. Okay, I forgot that was called Mazinger Infinity. Yeah, that would be a tall order to make as a model kit. I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe the head. Maybe they'll just do the head as like a giant bust. Can't wait for a Gundam series where they just make the entire lineup aside from one side character suit P Bandai. Yeah. Yeah, it'll happen eventually. But yeah, Mazinger Z Infinity was a really cool movie. I watched it right after I finished reading the original manga, and because I read Mazinger Z, I read Great Mazinger, and I read Grendizer, all in order. And I feel like I really didn't need to read Grendizer. But yeah, Infinity, really cool movie. I want to read the Mazinger Zero manga at some point. That one looks really, really cool. But I'm also thinking I might read Getter Robo first, because I want to kind of familiarize myself with as much of that like 1970s kind of Gona guy slash what was the Getter Robo guy's name? Ken something? I want to say Ken Sugimori, but I know that's not right. That's the Pokemon guy. I'm sure someone in chat knows. Still surprised they didn't make the high-grade Ichinana. That's, what was that? I don't know why. Was that an IBO thing? My brain's like, ah yes, that is the name of something that you've heard of before, but I can't remember what it actually is. Ken Ishikawa, that was his name. Ken Ishikawa, the creator of Getter Robo. Yeah, I figured reading Getter Robo first should be a higher priority. I should watch Mazinger Infinity with my dad. He used to love the original Mazinger Z. Oh, you totally should. It's a really cool movie and a lot of fun if you're familiar with the original. I went with the mangas when it came to the Mazingers, just because the animes are a bit 1970s Saturday morning cartoon for my taste. And there's also like 90 episodes of them, and no one's got time for that. The whole group is Dynamic Productions. Yes, I've heard of them. Maybe Bandai will do more P Bandai kits in Japan and retail in the US like they do with Battlelog. They still do that sometimes. They did that for the Dragon R and I think a couple of the other non-Gundam high-grade kits. It's definitely something they're opening to doing, providing it's the right kit. But with the US P Bandai shop being available here, I feel like they have less of an incentive to do so. Unless it would probably only happen if there was a situation where a retailer like Target maybe would specifically ask for a certain product line. Like Battlelog ties into the mobile game, which was pretty popular in the US, so it makes sense they would want that out at retail. Well, with something like the Gundam Bros, yes, it's popular in America, but it's popular mostly with like existing hardcore Gundam fans, so I guess Bandai decided those are the type of people that'd be willing to go to the web shop for it. Ah, yes, the mass-produced Mazinger, that's right. Yeah, that would be a cool kit for them to do. They could do the regular one, and they could do the, Shiro, I think his name was, the younger brother character that had his custom version of it. They could do that one as well. Yes, the Mazinger version of the GM, that's pretty much what it is. It's honestly kind of funny to see kind of a real robot trope like that be applied to an insanely powerful super robot like Mazinger. It'd be like doing a mass production Gurren Lagann. It's just weird seeing the previously untouchable super robot technology being used for like regular military grunts. Shiro from the originals. Yes, Shiro. Yeah, that's his name. Topic the GM Sniper and Spartan. I wonder how hard it would be to make them GM commands with the old. It would take a lot of doing. And pretty much all you'd be able to recycle from this would be the joints, and at that point you're better off getting joints from a more articulated figure. Only 90 these days. For lucky to get 24. Well, I don't know if you'd want to sit through 90 episodes of Mazinger Z. Yeah, it is a very repetitive show from what I saw. I just kind of skimmed some episode synopsises, and it was very clearly a different beast from the manga. You said the mobile game was popular, that it got yeah, they did axe the mobile game, but those type of games usually have a pretty short lifespan, and the model kits came out during the kind of the first era of a mobile game's lifespan, which is when the company's pouring a crap ton of money in it because they want it to succeed. So a big merchandising push alongside it would have not been out of place. And now we're finally in the second phase, which is the phase where they realize either, oh crap, we're making a ton of money off this, or oh crap, we're losing a ton of money off this. And clearly Gundam Breaker Mobile fell into the latter, because it is about to be no more. Do we have someone here to climb the corporate ladder at Target and order all the P Bandai kits? Maybe. Maybe there's some ambitious Target worker out here in the chat. They did have a mass production Gurren Lagann. It's called the Grapple. Of course they do. Of course they do. I should have seen that coming. I stopped watching Gurren Lagann after like 4 or 5 episodes, but I'm not surprised to see that they managed to reference every possible mecha thing they could. Why do they keep doing this Alta-Universe versions of the GM and Zaku, though? Is it just easy to do designs of those? They would have them already. I mean, they're kind of an iconic part of Gundam. Like, it's like saying, why do they do alternate versions of the Gundam? It's because they're iconic mobile suits from the universe. Kodo made Grappearl kits with their own Gurren Lagann kits back in the day, none of which were very good. Yeah, I've seen the Gurren Lagann Kodo kits. They really don't look very good. I just remembered you haven't watched the Nier Automata anime yet. That's okay, big boy. Neither have I. Neither have I. Although that's not really a surprise. I have a lot of anime that I haven't watched. Okay, so time to build some feet. Time for feet. So this needs to be tilted up to the back, like that. Yeah. And then the bottom of the foot gets pasted on. Okay. What is that? I was pressing the tabs into the holes when I should have been pressing the other tabs into the holes. Such a rookie mistake to make. Is that how this goes? That's not how this... No, that's not how this is supposed to go. It's the other way around. That's a weird way to do a foot construction. I don't think I've seen this on a high grade before. There's a little rotating polycap in there, and then you have this piece that just has like a solid stick on it at a 45, and you just stick it in there, and that I guess gives you all the articulation you need, and it seems to work well enough. I've just never seen this particular configuration of parts for a high grade's foot. Haven't touched the game after I finished it out of the fear of breaking down to a crippling depression. Yeah, I've heard it's a pretty heavy game. Just finishing up an RG Zeong. I'm blown away with how awesome. Oh yeah, RG Zeong is a cool kit. That's a really, really awesome model. Are they making a Thunderjaw model kit based on Horizon? I don't think so. Nier Automata was delayed as hell due to technical problems. Not even sure if the show's still alive. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, new VTuber model Acer, or I guess PNG tuber or GIF tuber, because it's not rigged, but it's just a quick little thing I rigged up. Yeah, RG Zeong is really good. I gotta say, real grade is probably my favorite part of Gunpla at this point. Pretty much all of the best kits that I've built over the last couple years have been real grades. And the Epion is no exception to that. That thing looks absolutely incredible. All right, time to move up to the lower legs. So, I need these two pieces. At this point, I could pretty much just cut everything off the runner since it's just the legs left by now. Minus the stuff that's obviously for the backpack. I don't actually know what the backpack for this kit looks like. I guess we'll find out when we get to it. Yeah, stoked for Epion for sure. That is a kit that I've wanted for a really long time. Real grade TV Epion is just about everything I could ask for. It's 1/144 scale, it's the TV version instead of the EW version, and it's in what is currently my favorite grade. So win-win-win all around. I cannot wait for that kit to come out. Two Sage knowing MGs are a yearly art now from Bandai. Yeah, they kind of are. Master Grade's practically the new perfect grade at this point. And then Real Grade has kind of become the new Master Grade. Need Epion to complete the wing lineup. It was made later than the rest, but still counts. Oh yeah, I would absolutely count it as part of that. Same with the Real Grade Tallgeese. Those two are definitely meant to be part of the same kind of display. So we got those two and the back piece and the front piece. And the rest of this is going to be little joint parts from the sniper runners. 5, 10, and 11. Do you think we'll get another big December kit? Maybe. At this point, I feel like by Bandai standards, big December kit could just be a regular ass Master Grade. Or maybe an aerial in some sort of new grade. To be honest, most excited for the two fin extensions on the RG Epion that open up. Love the TV wing. Oh, you mean about the wings on it? Yeah, I like the wing design on the TV version a lot more than the EW one. RG Epion, yay, as I wait for the Eons to pass till the F91, X3, 123, and FX arrive. I have no idea why it's taking them that long to do the rest of the real grade crossbones. They're so eager to jump to those in the high grade line that it seems so bizarre that they're being so hesitant to release more of them as real grades. It makes me wonder if the real grade crossbone specifically didn't sell that well. I have to wonder if just a lot of people had already built the high grade, so they felt like they could pass on the real grade, and because of that, they didn't sell as many as they were expecting. Because as massive of an improvement as the real grade crossbone is, the high grade crossbone's not really a bad kit, so I wouldn't be surprised if more people than Bandai was expecting were perfectly satisfied with the high grade and didn't want to upgrade. Especially if they've already invested in the whole crossbone ecosystem and bought all the different variants and stuff. We're due for a PG? Technically, yeah. I just don't know if they're going to pull through on it. I wouldn't say that because last year we got MGX Strike Freedom. Yeah, but we're definitely not going to get another Master Grade Extreme this year. They wouldn't do that 2 years back to back. Mainly wonder if we'll get something at all. I'm thinking Perfect Grade now that someone else brought it up. RG Epion is not actually a pure TV version, more of a fusion between. Yeah, but it's been real gradified for sure, but it's a lot closer. It's close enough to TV to hit the points that I want from a TV Epion. It's got the TV style head without the weird round head that the EW version has. It doesn't have the big fat wings from the EW version. And those are the big issues with the EW design that I take contention with. Any other elements that they incorporate don't really bother me. Watch if the December kit is actually the Metaverse mobile armor. I mean, it could be. I always found it weird how in the instructions they make you build the kit from the head to the waist and then they cut to the feet and the legs. Yeah, it's an odd order to build in. It feels like real grades and perfect grades are the only exception where they do make you build up from the bottom. RGX3 should have happened by now. Oh, absolutely. Premium or not. Yeah, even if it was premium, which it would be, like it just made sense. So I feel like in the case of specifically the real grade crossbone, not crossbones in general, but specifically the real grade crossbone model, I don't think sold as well as Bandai wanted it to. Wonder if Bandai will make an HGUC Toggies? No, they're not going to. They have the real grade. There's no way they're going to double dip with a high grade. But yes, a white painting version that has the parts for all three versions would be a fun nod to that old fighting action kit. Which is unfortunately one of the only kits from that era that I've built. MG Lupus probably saved for a bad financial year. Yeah, probably. I would love to see a Master Grade Lupus, although when it comes to the IBO kits that we've gotten 1/100s of, I'm kind of okay with the 1/100s. Like outside of the original Barbatos had some deco issues, so I'm glad we got a Master Grade of that. But I'm kind of okay with how like the Lupus and the Vidar and the Kimaris and the Greys, I'm honestly okay with how the 1/100s look for those. I don't really feel like I need to upgrade to a Master Grade for them. I got a couple more pieces I need to get off these runners. And that's weird since the RGX2 sells fairly well every time it shows up. True, but it doesn't show up very often. They do seem to be very limited in when they reprint it. Late UC works better as 1/100? Oh, definitely agree. Definitely agree. They're very much more so sized for that. PG GPO2 do it cowards. I mean, honestly, at this point, I think the GPO2 needs any sort of update. The only halfway decent GPO2 you can buy is the Robot Spirits one. And obviously that's not to everyone's taste since it's, you know, not a model kit. I say the December kit's the F22 PG. Better be. I'm waiting for it. I think the reason the order of suits is so that you can... Oh, the order of the parts is so you can put the legs directly on the waist before putting the side skirts on. Possibly. Yeah, that is a possibility, but they could also just have you put the legs on the waist during the process of building the waist. We need an MG Goujion. Yeah, I think Goujion... I would be fine with them not doing the regular Goujion, but I think Goujion Rebake and Full City would really, 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 really benefit from Master Grades. Yeah, the rebakes, considering it's basically the secondary suit of the entire show, they did not get sufficient treatment in the model kit line. FM Lupus and Vidar are pretty great. Bale's swords are too short. Yeah, I built the Vidar and it was a pretty decent kit. I've got a Kimaris to my backlog as well. I'll probably get to that in a couple centuries when I build my Master Grade Barbatos. I want to get a full mechanics Lupus as well, so I can have the Lupus with the Vidar and then the regular Barbatos with the Kimaris, and those four will make a nice little display together. I'd also like to get a 1/100 Gray's custom, but that's a much lower priority than the Lupus is. Also, it's a nigh impossible to find. PG crossbone probably won't happen as we have the metal builds. Yeah, the metal build, honestly, the fact that we have a metal build crossbone is, on one hand, kind of amazing, but also not that surprising since metal build loves doing their variant kits. So giving them the opportunity to do 40 different versions of the crossbone, there's no way they'd pass that up. You guys are giving Bandai too much of a hard time. New tooling for an eye-field open hand is just too hard. Yeah, it's just too much. They can't do it. Simply impossible. Hydra Gundam and Psycho Mark III could use kits. Oh yeah, we're 100% getting Hydra Gundam. It's not even a question. That is going to be one of the G-Unit kits that we get before the line's over. It's also probably the only G-Unit kit that I'm still going to get because I don't really like the Greep that much, and with the overall quality of the Geminus mold being the way it is, I'm not really that interested in anything else from G-Unit. The Mercurius and Veate Savant are cool, but I don't really need them. I'm happy with my Geminus, Asclepius, and Leo S. Once I have the Hydra Gundam, I'm going to say that collection's complete. Although, I would like that other Leo, not the big bulky green one, but the one that's like the bluish green. That one would be kind of a nice addition as well. I would not mind having a kit of that. Maybe they want you to have the satisfaction of snapping the two halves of the kit together at the end. Possibly. The Psycho Mark II needs a kit. No way some G generation thing is getting one. I mean, the Hydra's not G generation. That's G unit. Mark II need a Psycho Revive. I don't know if we get a Psycho Revive necessarily. I think that because of the size of the Psycho Gundam, it has enough kind of selling power on its own. So it seems like whenever they want to do something based off the Psycho Gundam nowadays, they just reuse the original Psycho parts, and I don't see them having much of an incentive to change that. Yes, Mecha Man, I am back. I've been back for 2 hours. And also I was back yesterday when I did another stream. PGXX would be magnificent, and it would literally never happen. That is something for the third-party companies to tackle. Kind of like that 1/60th new that we just got. Although there's no Bandai figure for them to clone for that, so it might not happen. Gundam Bernalapius, yeah, they're probably going to make it. I just don't really feel a need to get it. The Asclepius mold is good enough to be an Asclepius, but not one that I'd want to double dip on. Hydra Gundam and Greep are a when not if. Yeah, that's correct. Just want a base Geminus mainly for collecting, plus I like design. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be worth it for you to get the basic Geminus plus the booster pack. And if you are going to get the Geminus, I do recommend the booster pack. The Geminus without it is painfully plain and basic. But I would keep your standards very low. I would definitely say it's a sub 5 out of 10 kit. Maybe a 3 or a 4 depending on what day of the week you ask me. Wouldn't be surprised if we get Virgo 1 and 2. Yeah, oh yeah, I think Virgo 1 and 2 are pretty likely. 7 Leo variants for the G unit line. Possibly. There's definitely a few they could do, and they've got the three Commander Leos and then the Mauve Leo. So there's definitely some options there for them. Mark II's got more detail and design depth. They specifically did not make one because the tooling at the time could not have it transform. Yeah, maybe it would be a new mold then. I mean, after the Hydra, he finished that collection, maybe considered the Metal Robot Aquarius. Aquarius isn't a G unit, right? That's not G unit. That's like an SD Gundam G Generation original design. I mean, it's awesome. I'd like to get one at some point, but I'm pretty sure that's not a G unit suit. No, Gundam Mark V does not have a high grade. It just got the master grade. And the fact that it got a master grade at all is honestly a miracle. Like, as much crap as people give Bandai for making that P Bandai, I don't think people realize just how much of a absolute lightning in a bottle moment it was to get any sort of model kit for that at all. The fact that there is anything Mark V available at all in any capacity is a miracle. That is a mobile suit that I never in a million years would have thought had even a chance of getting a model. Honestly, after the Zeta Revive, I can handle any kind of disappointment. Oh, trust me, this is more disappointing than the Zeta Revive. Surprised Bandai isn't just pumping out MGX quality MGs right now, considering all the Chinese competition. Yeah, I think they're just pretending that they don't exist and hoping everyone else does the same. Because I can't really take them down now because they're no longer copying official Bandai designs. They're making their own designs in the style of Gundam. and that means that they're competing on an even playing field without breaking any IP laws, which means there's nothing for Bandai to really go after them for. They refuse to reprint the Doe and Wolf because it's too good of a detail. Yeah, it's a pretty great model. I've built the Silver Bullet, and I have the suppressor in my backlog. I really enjoyed building that kit, especially with the Jigen face. That's definitely the definitive way to display that kit. Aquarius is technically a wing design in the SD world. Okay, so it's kind of wing adjacent. Yeah, I would, if they end up actually releasing that metal build, or not metal build, that Metal Robot Spirits they showed off, yeah, I would pick it up for my collection. I mean, my Geminus isn't standing up right now. He's kind of leaning back against the light, but that's also because I'm too lazy to pose him. So then that's where the 11s go. So we got 2 10s, 2 11s, 2 1s. And then we'll see what's on the next page when I turn it. Problem with the Silver Bullet suppressor is it's got the dumbest gimmick of all time. Oh, I disagree. I think the Silver Bullet's gimmick, the Silver Bullet suppressor has an awesome gimmick. It has a rifle that's so powerful, it needs to carry spare arms on its back so it can reload its arms every time it uses its gun. That's an awesome gimmick. So, we're going to start with the ankles. Yeah, I think the Silver Bullet suppressor is a really cool design. I do think the Master Grade Dovin Wolf's going to cost like $130. Oh yeah, for sure. It's not a small mobile suit. The box literally says we designed this frame with the Mark V's development history taken into account, aka code for we're going to reuse the crap out of this. Yeah, pretty much. That does not surprise me. Even if they didn't say that, I would kind of assume it of them anyways. Zeta Revive has severe balance issues. The ankles are basically brick, not to mention the shoulders that stress from out-of-box assembly and the awful backpack stickers. Outside of the stickers, I really didn't have any of those problems with mine. I thought it was a perfectly fine kit, and I enjoyed both the regular Revive as well as the A to Z Gundam. In fact, I love the A to Z Gundam. I think that was a really good model. Although looking back on it, like everyone else that built the Zeta Revive, I would much prefer to have gotten the 0088 version. Yeah, at that point, why don't you just build an arm that can handle it instead of buying a bunch of spare arms? Because a Gundam, or a mobile suit, that has to carry spare arms to replace the ones that are destroyed when it shoots its rifle is cool. And the rule of cool is the only rule that matters. A 5 out of 10 kit with 90-degree joints is good enough for me if it's super basic. Then you're probably going to like the Geminus then. You're probably going to like it. I'd say go ahead and pick one up. Get the booster pack with it, and you'll probably have an okay time. Is that... Yes. Damn, that's good though. My experience is a lot less positive. I got both retail and 0088 and can't stand up properly. Yeah, I never had any issues with mine doing that. Can I close this up now, or is there something hidden in here that I'm going to need to pry back open? Nope, okay. There we are. Oh, I forgot to cut out the inserts for the thrusters. I need to go ahead and do those. Those are more pieces that are reused from the Sniper 2. So it's the knee joints, the elbow joints, and the thrusters for the legs. The incredibly short... Is that the correct... No, that's the backpack thruster. That's not even the right piece. The incredibly short list of Gym Sniper 2 parts that are used on this kit ever so slightly expands. 0088 should have come with damaged parts. Honestly, it should have come with a Zaku head to make the Zeta Zaku. Even if you could just swap it with the HGUC kit, it would have been nice if they just tossed a Zaku head in there anyways. Just carry a different rifle? But it's the Unicorn Gundam's rifle. He's got to use it. Because... reasons. If you want the Zeta 0088 nowadays, best choice is to buy the Gundam base 3-pack. Is that using the 0088 version? I don't think it is. I mean, if it is, awesome. Like, I was very lightly considering that set just for the nice metal finish version of the Hyakushiki, but if they're using the better version of the Zeta in that set, then that's 2 out of the 3 figures in it being, or 2 out of the 3 models in it being a worthy pickup, so I might have to get that set now. I mean, honestly, it is kind of a 3 out of 3 because I don't have a Gundam Mark II yet. Like, I don't love the color schemes they chose for that set. Even if I do kind of want all the kits that are included in it. Banana's gimmicks to shoot beam magnum and things go boom, and a spin-off manga took a Gundam Mark II and reinforced the arm just to use it. Yeah, he's got to use his special gun. It's his gun. 3-pack is literally advertised a Grips War version. It using the Double Zeta version is dumb, but it's better though. I mean, them calling that the Double Zeta Gundam version is pure marketing and nothing else. It's a excuse to re-release the Zeta Gundam as a better kit that it should have been in the first place. The Zeta Gundam in Double Zeta is literally the same as it is in Zeta Gundam. There's nothing special about the 0088 version that makes it specifically to Double Zeta. It was just an excuse to re-release the Gundam. HGUC Queen Mantha. Yeah, that would be really cool, but I would say out of all the mobile armor type stuff, that seems like the one that's really the most likely to happen. I could definitely see that coming to fruition. Okay, so now we're going to attach the shins. Would have expected a little more color to these with how much part separation there is, but they seem to be very, very monotonous in their color scheme, going for a very kind of realistic military green, not a lot of little details in colored areas. If you look at where let's see if I can get this to focus better. If you look at where the little colored vent areas would normally be, they've just got these plates kind of covering them up and blocking them off. Queen Mantha is massive, don't underestimate the size. Oh yeah, I'm sure it would just be an HG, but I think it's something that Bandai would probably save for like a big anniversary year or something, but I think they are definitely going to do it at some point. Also, MGX Kshatriya is an inevitability. It's going to happen. They've proven now that people are willing to spend hundreds of dollars on a master grade, and that was the only thing holding them back from making the Kshatriya before. They just didn't think people would be willing to spend that much on it. Now they know there's no way that they're going to let that opportunity pass up. Especially since they've already started the MGX line with Unicorn. The 008 is actually vastly different in terms of little details. Just so unnecessary that people think it's... Oh yeah, I know there's little details that are different, but those little details don't make it unique to Double Zeta Gundam. Like the Double Zeta Gundam anime was not so meticulous that they made all those little detail changes to the design of the Zeta Gundam. That's just something they did for the model kit so they could call it something else. for all intents and purposes, it's basically just a bug fix patch for the original kit that you have to pay again for, and is also limited edition. That goes there. Okay, that is the right direction for the knee. And there's the other polycap. This way and this way. How do I put that? There. There we go. That's connected together. Probably don't need to put these together right now, but I'm going to do it anyways. Because who's going to stop me from prematurely assembling this kit? What, is Bandai going to take down the stream because I put the legs on the feet earlier than I was supposed to? They can't stop me. I'm American. There we go. All right. So we're going to be reusing the hips from the Sniper 2 as well. I'm not really sure where they felt the need to put these parts on a completely separate runner. They're all new pieces for the Spartan, and they could have easily fit on one of the existing Spartan runners that is also in this color. Probably some sort of remolding thing. I don't know if there's anything else they could use this mold for. Maybe a high-grade Gym Dominance or one of the other GM variants that's sort of down that development line. Because it definitely says Spartan up here. They just don't like that you're into feet. Hey, I'm not into feet. I just like them. Especially when they're really well articulated. I like articulated feet. HG Gym Dominance, do you hear yourself? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I'm more so wondering, like, if they are cordoning off specific parts of the Spartan, like, what else could they be doing it for? Like, there's very few mobile suits in this particular design lineage, so the Dominance is really the only one I could think of off the top of my head that would even be remotely adjacent to this. Because the Code Fairy one doesn't have any remolded parts, it's just a color swap. Maybe has a couple different weapons, but that's not something I need to sort off. That's not something I need to cordon off the bicep and thigh armor for. Realistically, though, it was probably just a matter of them running out of room on the primary runner. If the one in Rust Horizon looks like those or not, but they could use that if it is, maybe. Yeah, the sun going supernova is possible doesn't mean it'll happen. Hey, the sun doesn't have very specific parts molded on a separate runner, okay? There's not specific parts for a supernova version of the sun molded on a separate runner. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's going to happen, I'm just saying the evidence is there. And by evidence, I mean an incredibly innocuous thing that I just pulled out of my ass and probably means nothing. But it's still evidence, because I say so. Which polycaps does this use? 1s and 11s, okay. I'm not in defeat, I just like them, especially if they're articulated. I like articulated. Yeah, Yeah, that is a bit sus. I'm talking about Gundam feet, specifically Gundam feet. Those are the only kind of feet that I like. Yes, I would definitely prefer if feet does not become the Bionicle tangent for this stream. Now, hands, on the other hand, that's a different story. You ever seen that Mona Lisa? Those are some nice hands. Actually, speaking of the Mona Lisa, any of you guys see that articulated action figure of the Mona Lisa that Good Smile Company put out? They have like this whole line of figures that are based off of classical pieces of art. So they did like the Michelangelo David statue and the Scream and some other pieces like that. And their newest one is the freaking Mona Lisa. And it's the most cursed shit I've ever seen. Somehow that's even worse. Hey, it still is. It's still an extremity. It's still a body part, you know. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Manpig. I might have to go around vaporizing some people for their hands. Who knows? If I get the urge. Gotta go. Everyone have a good stream. We'll still be waiting the day we see the RX-78 8th Gundam someday. Well, 8th Gundam is the Mudrock, right? I'm pretty sure we get... No, the 6th Gundam is the Mudrock. Never mind. Yeah, we haven't gotten the 8th Gundam yet. So these go together first. Yeah. Okay. I see how these go together now. Look, oh man, digs hole deeper trying to get out. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. There's gotta be a third gate point for this. I guess I already got it. Oh, it's this one on the side. No, Mudrock is 6. Yeah, Mudrock is 6. That's what I thought. 8th Gundam canonically wasn't finished. Okay, so I feel like we're probably not going to get a kit of it then, because as far as I knew, the Gundam lineage ended with the 7th, which is honestly not a bad place to end. In terms of those RX-78 kind of branch-off clone-type Gundams, I would say the Full Armor 7th is probably my favorite out of the bunch. Especially the redesign of it specifically that they did for... was it Missing Link, I think? Battlefield Record? There was some PS3 game that had a really nice redesign of the 7th, and they based the high-grade kit off of that. The original Okawara design I'm not as big a fan of. Now, if it had better feet... Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. After which Mercury finishes, what do you think would be the next Gundam series? I have no idea. I mean, I guess we technically know it's going to be the Metaverse thing, but that's only a mini-series, so that's not really going to be like our full next Gundam series. I would like to see them continue the Hathaway movies. I really hope those don't get left in the dust. And in terms of Gundam, I would say that's what I'm looking forward to the most in the future. All right. Got those hips in place. Now he just needs a waist and backpack. Yeah, the Katoki redesign. Yeah, it's a really cool kit. I just had a random OBS disconnect. Well, according to OBS, I'm fine now, but apparently I had a connection drop out there, so... I'd tell you guys to refresh the page, but if you need to refresh the page, you probably can't hear your voice. You probably can't hear my voice right now. So I'm gonna just go ahead and keep moving forward. I don't know, maybe YouTube cut me off for saying I like feet. Full suit Gundam Hathaway's feet. I would rather not. I could happily go for that whole trilogy without seeing Hathaway's feet. I mean, you do. They have a roadmap for the upcoming releases. Next is a new Seed movie. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Seed movie. That roadmap got jumbled up so many times that I forgot that was even happening. Man, remember when we were supposed to have like a Unicorn TV anime airing at this moment, and the Hathaway trilogy was supposed to be over by this point? Yeah, I remember that schedule. I remember that. And how almost none of it came true because of COVID. I need those pieces off the E runner, and I also need the waist off the C runner, which is another oddly specific piece of the sniper that we're using here. We're not using the whole waist, just the T piece that goes through the crotch. Yeah, exactly, Kat. Geeky's feet, on the other hand, that's a different story. That roadmap was during COVID. Yeah, exactly. The new Seed movie is next. They just started voice acting. Okay, so we'll see how that turns out. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a remake or a compilation movie or an entirely new piece of media, but I guess we'll find out. And I'll probably not bother watching it since I have not seen the entirety of Seed and Destiny and will be able to happily live the rest of my life having not done so. Wait a minute, I built the wrong hands. He's got a completely different set of gun-holding hands here. Or no, maybe they're not the wrong hands, I just didn't realize there was more hands here. I'll cut those out right now then. Oh, hey, Michael. We're not doing much. Just chipping away at the Spartan build. Talking about the future of Gundam. Sometimes feet, sometimes hands. I do like girls also, but for Gundam, it's not really the main focus. Yeah, Gundam doesn't really have good waifus. They really put their focus on the mecha. I mean, you get occasional exceptions like Rinko, but for the most part, it's very much like story focused and cool mechs. That's kind of the marketing angle they take. Okay, I'm not into feet ID. It's just a joke, and not in the haha. I'm just joking about being into feet. I'm actually not into feet. I promise. I can assure you that I am not. I do not like feet. Yeah, I haven't seen G-Reco. Oh, wait, no. I did. I watched one episode of it. Was Ida the red-haired girl in the first episode? Or was she the one that was, like, freaking out after jumping out of the G-Self at too high of a level and getting oxygen deprived? Ina saw Helene from 8th MS team? Yeah, she's pretty good. Hey, I'm not hiding anything, ID. Don't make me add proving I'm not into feet to the stream schedule, dude. You're not gonna like that stream. They do, just that they're not really heavily focused at all, which makes press impact. They're on screen versus other series. Yeah. Orange-haired. Okay, yeah. I know who you're talking about now. Yeah, I remember Rue being pretty alright. And obviously there's Haman Karn. She's iconic. And yeah, exactly, Kat. Everyone likes Haman. Haman's cool. The fact that none of the main series Gundam girls are famous and only ones that are famously underage ones in the build series says a lot about the fandom. Hey, maybe the people who like the build girls, maybe they're just enthusiasts that are passing through and they're not representative of the fandom as a whole, you know? Just like how we're getting a whole bunch of Yuri people jumping into the fandom now that Witch from Mercury's out, you know? Maybe they're just going to move on when all this is done and it's not really a part of the main fandom, you know? Right? Right? Oh, Lacus. Yeah, that is a good point. Lacus and Mir definitely have some popularity. They get some merch. I think it was either Mir or Lacus. Maybe it was. I don't remember which one it was, but one of them did get got like one of those quarter scale bunny girl figures, which is, as far as I understand, pretty much the highest honor that an anime girl can receive, because that line is full of some of the most iconic female characters in anime. There we go. So there's all of his hands. He's got trigger fingers, he's got a slightly different trigger finger with a bent stem, and then he's got an open hand. Maybe they're the same people doing stuff with Puru. Yeah. I would like to think that the Build Fighters characters are too old for the people that are into Puru, but you never know. Sumeragi from Double O had some women in it, that's for sure. Nana Trinity, if you're into that type of girl, which I am definitely not. Rain and oh yeah, Rain, right? Because they have like the latex suits. Yeah, somehow, Kat, I'm not surprised that you're hyped for Nana Trinity. That checks out. I hope those pieces are supposed to go together that way because I don't feel like they're going to come apart. Okay, yes, that is how those are supposed to go. Gotta love a girl. Gotta love a girl who Obama's a wedding. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, that was the point where I really started to not like Nana Trinity very much. Hey, Nana shows plenty of feet, and by plenty of feet, I mean none at all, because I'm not into feet. Man, one offhand comment on a Jim Spartan build stream, and I've completely destroyed my internet reputation as someone who's not into feet. God damn it. How many feet do we see in Gundam? Not enough. I mean, I don't know. Most Gundams are around 50 feet tall, right? Like, that's a lot of feet. That's a lot of feet, actually. Wow, yeah, that is a lot of feet. Yeah. 50 feet, all in the same place. Oh god, I'm not helping myself, am I? This discussion is simultaneously getting more degenerate and hilarious. Hey, feet tend to do that. And the problem with feet is you can't get away from them. You can't get away from feet because you need feet to get away from feet. You have to run away with your feet. So you can never truly escape the feet. The Rinko Build Fighters kit had good feet. I don't know if any of the like the build waifu kits that that Bandai's made had good feet. In fact, I don't know if there's really any attractive anatomical elements of any of them. They're all pretty not great. Although I haven't built any of the later ones, so maybe that changed over time. Okay, that goes in there. No, I haven't watched anything from season 2. Although now that you mention that, Kat, I'm not sure I want to. I don't know if I want to reinforce the theory. You said that, but what about the handicapped people? How are they going to run away from feet? They're going to have to... I mean, I guess they're just going to have to roll away. Just as fast as they can. A15, here we go. Yes. Please give me something to look for in this runner to distract myself from this conversation. I think the kits were good after Diver, Nami, and Ayame. Yeah, I think I saw some people do some decent builds with Ayame. Actually, I just realized I have something I could show you that's kind of a teaser for a future stream, but I'm honestly not sure if it's going to make the feet situation better or worse. Because I can't remember if she has... I can't remember if she has bare feet or not. Which of these go? Okay, so this one goes on this side. Wow, even the side skirts. Even the side skirts have some great asymmetry to them. So you've got some extra grenades on one side, and then the other's just got the flat panel. Nice. And that's also where that last sticker goes, the little crotch V-fin. Actually, wait a minute. That's not the last. Where the heck do these other stickers go? I've got this big gray one. I guess that goes on his backpack. Yes, it does. It goes in the middle of the backpack. Okay, I see where that goes now. And then this is for the weapon, and then that's the blue one that I didn't put on. Okay. Okay, so I did not miss any stickers. Hard to predict who gets to be the best anime girl waifu. Fighters and tri-kits, though. What are some good what are some good amphibians mobile suits? I like the Momo Kapool in terms of amphibious feet because it's got those cute little swim flippers. Also, by the way, madly underrated kit. Love this thing. Super adorable. Great model. Not enough people built this thing when it came out. Okay. Back to the stickers. Knowing from Wing probably isn't popular as she could be. Yeah, I don't think any of the girls from Wing are really that popular. Bandai Tactics means making it. Wait, oh, there's the sticker. I'm gonna finish that thought after I put this sticker on because it is kind of tiny. Okay, it doesn't really sit super well, and I feel like that would come off really easily, but it's about as close as I could get it. So I'm gonna say that's good enough. So these legs just drop on. Clearly the hottest skin suit character in G Gundam is the horse. Oh yeah, totally. Totally. A lot of people love the horse. Horses are very popular. Today on Channel 2S. HGGM Spartan, the future of Gundam 2S is not, and I repeat, is not in defeat. Yes, exactly. That is a perfect summary of how this stream has gone. Bandai Tactics make a fan service girl equals ratings explode. You know, I gotta say, for a series with a massive quantity of main female characters, Witch from Mercury is surprisingly not very fan servicey. I mean, they go onto the Yuri angle pretty hard, but in terms of like male targeted, you know, anime fan service, it's minimal to non-existent. Make of that what you will. Anyways, to hopefully get this back on topic, here's the Spartan. I finished him up. He is very green, very military, very tactical. I think this guy would really benefit from some panel lining because there's a lot of little details on this, and with it being all one solid color, I think that would help break things up a lot. There's all these little rivets, all these little lines and seams. I think this guy could really use a wash. I wonder what these slots on the back here are for. Is that a piece that I missed? Let me check the manual again. Oh, I see. He's got extra ammo packs to store on those. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I bet the real reason Archie is 2S's new favorite line is because they have some really articulate feet. Yeah, I know, right? Like, they have you start with the feet. Like, man, what a great first impression to get the kit. Feet right off the bat, and then everything else. You gotta start at the high point. Oh yeah, I'm aware a lot of women like wing. Kind of weird. 2S hasn't built the Barbatoro, so it's literally twice the feet. Yeah, but those are Barbato's feet. I don't like Barbato's feet. Fumina's my favorite female Gundam character, but Soletta's pretty close. Yeah, I would say Soletta, I guess, if you're into that sort of style, it's appealing. Witch from Mercury has 0 fan service, 100% Yuri power. It's because they're all minors. Now, Acer, you know that's never stopped it. You know that's never stopped an anime before. Let's not kid ourselves here. That means literally nothing. That means nothing to the entire Japanese entertainment industry. I reckon if they make a sequel to Witch from Mercury, they would crank up the fan service to 11. Soletta's gone much better in the last few episodes. That's good. This guy would look totally sick with one of those foliage cloths. Oh, yes, he would. Like the 8th MS team version of the Gym Sniper. Wait, did that have a foliage cloth? I can't remember. I think it did. He had like a cloak or something, right? But yeah, like some sort of like ghillie suit or like foliage thing that just drapes down over the top would look really good with this kit. I want to play around with him and test the articulation a bit, but I'm going to hold off on that until I finish building the weapons in the backpack. Witch from Mercury is like 1,000% fan service. There are 3 to 4 smug girls characters for doujinshi in the whole series. I have seen it does seem like the brown one's very popular. Which is surprising considering she's kind of a background character. There is a point eventually where an anime becomes popular enough that even if... Because, like, you know, there's some, like, anime characters where they're clearly designed to be, like, doujin bait or whatever, but when a show gets as popular as Witch from Mercury, even if the female character designs aren't really meant for that, they kind of reach, like, a critical mass of popularity where it just kind of happens anyways because it's so popular that everyone wants to draw fan art for it. Play with the articulation. We know that's code for feet. What that's code for 2S. Put the feet down. Hey. The feet, right? These feet, they're gonna sit right here. Oh, you can't see them there. I'm gonna keep the feet where you can see them, so you know there's nothing sus going on. Okay, there. The feet are there, and the feet shall remain there. Okay. I'm so glad I don't keep my VODs public. Gun system can add new limbs. Beam sabers do the math. Ah, we could have a General Grievous situation. Cecilia receives 3 frames, blows up Twitter every Sunday. Yeah, pretty much. Smug, short, white-haired, tan woman look down on you. What more do you want? I mean, if she's short, it's kind of hard for her to look down on me. She'd have to be on a really tall stool. I think most of the Witch from Mercury girls aren't very attracted to the main. That's why we struggle to get huge fan art followings. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Like the Double Zeta model for those who like it big, or the Gelgoog model for real. Oh, that's what you meant by beam sabers. Okay. This has been, oh god damn it, man. Feet down, the most hilarious stream yet. Yeah, man. You mentioned feet once. You mentioned feet one time, and this is what happens. We get fan art, but not NSFW fan art. Yeah, Yeah, I think I've seen some fan art for Witch for Mercury, but there's not a ton of it. We need a nervous and sweaty version of your VTuber avatar so you can use it whenever feet are brought up. Yeah, I might have to make an alt version of that. I might try to see if I can make some different expressions for him that I could toggle between, but it would be kind of cumbersome to do so because I'd probably need to like set up some hotkeys in OBS for it or something since I'm not using an actual tracking software. I'm just using a some browser plugin to animate the lip flaps, and that's it. No, Dipper, there's not going to be a feet cam next time. At least in America and Japan, there seems to be a decent amount of NSFW. Yeah, it seems to be a pretty even mix. There's a lot of wholesome and a lot of not so wholesome. Put a GoPro in your... I'm not putting a GoPro on my cat so it can film my feet. That's not going to happen. Now, putting a GoPro on my feet so I could film my cat, you guys might get that. Maybe. A single mention of feet in 2S gets bittersweetly mocked and made fun of. Yeah, pretty much. All right, let me check and see how many viewers got driven away by the feet talk. Okay, not that many. Only 3 or 4 of you. That's a worthy sacrifice to make for... Well, actually, I don't know what it's a sacrifice for. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. Oh, hey, Riku, you showed up at the end of the stream. You missed the feet. You missed me making the biggest mistake I've probably made on You missed me making probably the biggest mistake I've made on one of these streams, and now everyone thinks I'm into feet. Also, hands. And yes, I have a VTuber, or I guess PNG or GIFTuber avatar now. The Figurized Fumino Labo has meat on some of the parts. Sort of. I built the Figurized Labo of Miku, and they definitely did give a lot of attention to her thighs. Although Miku tends to not have particularly thick thighs, so I don't know if it was really energy well spent on the designer's part. To give it a more realistic skin look, yeah. This is by far the worst Bionicle. Yes, it pretty much is. I think this is the worst Bionicle tangent. The only way it could be worse is if... Okay, yeah, I was gonna bust out some Bionicle feet, but then I realized I have literally no idea where my Bionicle parts are. To give it a more realistic skin look... Oh yeah, I already read that. I mean, look at Gura, that girl loves feet. Wait, does Gura actually like feet, or is that just a meme? I don't even know anymore. You know, they make like VTuber assets you can get for your model that'll have it look like they're they kind of have like their feet up on a table or something. Only problem with those is they usually have very feminine legs, so I'm not sure it would really fit well with me. I probably shouldn't have said only problem, because that's definitely not the only problem with that, but I'm just gonna move on. I should really stop talking, honestly. I should just be completely quiet for the rest of the stream so I don't dig myself in deeper. She constantly brings it up. Okay, I see. Someone needs to make a top 10 of these Bionicle tangents. Maybe they need to be renamed. I mean, I feel like it's hard for feet to not be #1 at this point. which I can't believe I'm saying, but I've pretty much given up on fighting at this point after 10 whole minutes. Or how long has it been? How long have we been talking about feet for? Okay, almost half an hour. Cool. Awesome. That's what I was thinking when I was sitting down to stream today. I was like, man, I can't wait. I can't wait to start this stream so I can sit down, build the GM Spartan, and talk about feet. That's just how I want to spend my afternoon and evening. I'm so glad that's how this stream turned out. The feet on the table start by Ame. Okay, yeah. That sounds like something she'd do. 2S was standing at the top of some stairs. He thought he caught himself before falling, and then we just pushed him down and he keeps falling and falling. Yeah, I've kind of just accepted it at this point, you know? Like sometimes you're falling and you just gotta relax your body and just kind of just roll with the punches. I want your avatar is just the feet, no need for the upper part. How the heck do these go together? Problem is the angle this light's at means I can't see jack. There we go. There's the little canister piece. That goes... Come on. I'm like hyper-analyzing every word that comes out of my mouth now so I don't add more feet to the... God damn it. So I don't add more... Shit. So I don't add more fuel to the feet fire. To be honest, a cut-up version of this stream would make a hilarious short video. No, this is staying in the stream. For now. SN, do you have any Jinx kits from 00? I got the Master Grade Jinx 3, the Outlaws Colors one, which, despite it being a terrible kit, I love it. Like, it is... I don't think there's ever been a bigger disparity between the objective quality of a kit and how much I enjoy it than with the Master Grade Jinx 3. It's a terrible kit, but it's so cool. And I can't get over it. It's got a great color scheme, it's got an awesome design, it's incredibly unique. The joints are terrible, it can barely stand, it can barely hold its weapons, but I can't bring myself to hate it. And since the stream page for tomorrow's already up, you better hope nobody's over there and starts talking about feet in the chat for 24 hours. Yeah, you better not. You better not. I'm going to be watching that chat very carefully. Oh god. Tomorrow's stream's going to be building the lower body of Gygar. It's going to specifically be a feet stream. I can't believe I actually set myself up for that. Man, this is what being a VTuber does to you. Like, you look at some of these VTubers and think, oh, they're pretending to be like, you know, accidentally you buy things for like the memes or whatever. But no, it just happens. You get an anime cartoon version of yourself, you put it on screen, and shit just starts happening. You can't control it, you can't help it. It's just how things go. Having a hell of a time getting my PC up and running and replaced every major piece of hardware. Yeah, I heard you were having some PC troubles there, and I'm delighted to talk with you about it because it's not related to feet. So please, feel free to keep this chain of conversation going for as long as you can. Okay. I feel like I'm having a mental breakdown at this point. Okay. This piece. And this piece. They go together like that. And you see this... Oh, that's actually some cool color separation. So... They designed these pieces so you can see the gray of this little flat cable here. That's kind of nice. That's nice. I appreciate that kind of detail. RG Gal Gygar has big feet. Yeah, he's got feet and he's got shoes over the top of them. Whole segment dedicated to feet because I'm going to have to build the drill Gao at some point too. 2S actually stands for 2 sides. No, it doesn't. He resisted being 2F and only stopped one step away. No, that's not true. That's not true. It's 2 shoes. I stopped 2 steps away. Okay, get it right. VTubing stuff always gets off on the wrong foot. Yeah, exactly. You can't help it. It just happens. It's just how things are. It's how it goes. Is your HGGM Spartan almost finished? Thank you for asking a question that's not about feet, Red Gaming. Yes, it is. It's very nearly done. The model itself, the main body is complete. I'm just building the backpack and weapons now. Okay. Oh, I think, first of all, nice little sticker here. And by nice, I mean it. This is actually a nice use of a sticker. It adds a little bit of color separation without being too intrusive. But I think I saw in some pictures, this actually pops up. So whatever this is supposed to be, I guess it's maybe like a Minovsky particle disperser or a scanner or something. It actually pops up out of the backpack, and that's a nice little detail. Just like it's a nice detail to have these little pipes here on the side. You got some gray that can be seen through the backpack vents. Overall, this is actually a really nice backpack for a high grade. I'm gonna go ahead and just pop that on here. Just give you a little close-up turnaround. Honestly, the detail on this kit is really, really nice. All the little features, like the little guns here on the head, the little features on the backpack, the asymmetrical body. I really like this kit. And not just because it has feet. I see you've chosen a GM. I mean, technically I didn't completely choose it, but yes, I have, because you know what? There's no tactical Zakus now, are there? There's no Zaku Spartan. There's no... Okay, there was a Zaku Sniper. That was a bad example. There's no Zaku Dominance. You know, like, if we get some, like, real cool tactical Zakus, maybe that'll change my mind. Maybe that'll swing me over to Xeon. And yeah, Manpig, that is a really cool gimmick. I was not expecting to see that on a high grade. So, now we're going to build some weapons. And he's got some pretty cool weapons. Right off the bat, probably the coolest one, even though it's the most small and diminutive weapon he comes with. He's got a hunting knife, right? And like you've seen these type of knives with something like the Sniper K9, right? But this one, they decided to make it special. And not only does it have a sheath, which is awesome, cool, love it, but the actual knife itself is properly color separated. So you have a blade that's gray, and then you have a handle that's green on a regular high-grade size knife. Just like a military Bowie hunting knife. Like, man, that is not the attention to detail I would expect from a P-Bandai high grade, especially with how some of those kits like the Lord Astray or the Geminus, they just really like to cut corners on. There is a Psycho Zaku Riku. Yes, I do have that one, but it doesn't have like that like tactical, like Navy SEAL military kind of feel with the cool armor and the flip down visors and the sort of assault rifle machine guns and everything. Like that's a whole different kind of feel that you just don't get from Xeon. I'm honestly still amazed by how intricate and small some of the pieces in the newer real grades are. Oh yeah, they're really going the extra mile with them. They're quite impressive kits. God damn it, man. This kit goes hard. It really does, Manpig. Like, honestly, I picked this mostly just because I got it recently. I wanted to build it, but this is such an anti-Geminus kit. Like, everything that I was going through with the Geminus, I was like, man, this kit's not that great. No, this clears it all up. This is an awesome kit. This is a great kit. I would highly recommend going out and getting this kit if you don't have one yet. In fact, I believe, like someone pointed out earlier in the stream, I believe this is actually still available for order right now on the P-Bandai shop. So if you're in the US and you like the look of this kit, I would definitely recommend picking up one for yourself because it is a great model. You know what kit also comes with knives? Crossbow, which attaches... God damn it, man. Yes, they do attach to the feet. Oh, hey, Mr. Flames. Welcome to the worst stream you've ever been to. Has there ever been knives made anywhere near the size of a Gundam scale? Probably yes, but I believe those are called swords. Yes, there's a run of it right now, so if you see this and you like the look of it, I would definitely recommend going and picking one up. Just do a last little bit of touch up to this sheath here. There we go. Is that, oh, nope, there's a nub right there. How much custom work do you reckon it would take to turn the Sniper 2 into a Spartan? A lot. A lot more than it would be worth. I would say just get the Spartan. Oh, I see. There's a little clasp piece that holds the two halves together. So I gotta cut that out as well. Master Chief GM. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Literally called the Spartan. Yeah, Manpig, you should get one. Which I know is a completely futile thing to say to you, because I know you would if you could, but yeah. That's the suffering of the Canadian lifestyle. Okay, so handle's facing the right way. Is that, let's see. Nope, it's the other way around. There we go. The blade's even got a little bit of a tang on it, just like a real knife. You have that little peg, and it just goes right in. And you just kind of wiggle it in there. And look at that. Man, did you ever look at the high-grade line and think, man, this is a line of model kits of a level of quality where they would totally do a knife that's two separate pieces that go together? No, they would never do that. Even the Red Frames katana was just a single piece of gray plastic, and that's like one of the most iconic and important like non-beam bladed weapons in Gundam. And yet this guy's pocket knife gets full color separation. Man, this kit. This is one of the most conflicted I've ever felt during a stream, because on one hand, feet, on the other hand, god damn, this is a good kit. So where does this go? I think this just plugs in. Yeah, this just plugs in on this side, right here at the top. The ball joint just kind of pegs in there. So if I can get this to focus back up here again, you can kind of just tilt it forward a bit, and it makes it easier for him to pull it out, or you could just keep it up there. Man, nice model. Very nice model. Make a show where the GM takes his helmet off all the time. Yeah, exactly. It's just like a normal dude's head underneath. You know? Because no one actually wants to see a GM with a helmet on. That's not why they'd watch that's not why they watch a TV show about the Federation. They just want to see a GM walking around with his helmet off all the time. MG Red Frame Katana is full tang. Yes, it is. And actually, the perfect grade katana was really, really cool to build, because the detail on that thing is incredible. Which, to be fair, it should be. It's a perfect grade kit. It's a very large model, and it's probably the most eye-catching part of the model. But it's still a very, very cool part of the whole experience. And yes, not only does the Master Grade Red Frame have a full tang, but it actually has the names of the two katanas engraved in the tang in kanji. HGs and RGs are too small, lack of shelf presence. Yeah, that's why I like them, because you can fit more of these on a shelf. Like, I have maybe a half dozen Master Grades on display, and that's about as many as I can fit on my display. Meanwhile, with high grades, I've got like 50, 60 of these out on display right now with no issue, because they're just so small. You can pack them all in there together and get a whole bunch of them on display at once. I look at the HG line and I say, guess I'll wait another year in hopes the one release we get is good. Yeah, that's how it be right now. Okay, so I think I saw the saber blades earlier. Yeah, they're on the B runner. They're right next to where the missiles were before, which is definitely not confusing at all, considering that the missiles look exactly like sabers. I was just about... God damn it, man. I was just about to congratulate you guys on moving past the feet thing, and then I look at chat. I like to think we made a video of this showing the GM Spartan. It's just going to be cut really weirdly to tiptoe. God damn it, man. To tiptoe around all the feet. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Man, Gundam Witch trending on Twitter, and most of the things I saw there is the stuck in the wall part from... Oh, goddamn. I don't know which is worse. Getting spoiled to the season that I haven't watched yet, or getting spoiled to that aspect of the season that I haven't watched yet. Of course there's a stuck in wall part. Why wouldn't there be? Just check another one off the list. The GM Spartan takes his helmet off to reveal the head of Mark Hamill. Yeah, you just got like a Figure Arts Luke Skywalker head on here when you pop it off. HGGM Spartan's good for dioramas. Oh yeah, totally. Like this guy, I don't know if I would like army build him, because I think he works better as like a kind of specialist unit than as a basic grunt. But maybe like 3 or 4 of these as some kind of elite tactical team would look super, super cool. No, ID Munster, they are not tow missiles. I refuse to call them that. The first mobile suit with a hunting knife was in the manga. It was a hunter goof, by the way. The only mobile suit ever designed for jungle conflict. I am surprised you know that. That is an interesting piece of Gundam lore I have never heard before. I am not going to fact check you on that and just assume that you're correct, because that sounds about right. Sometimes I don't even bother cutting the beam saber blades out of my kits anymore, just because they're all the same blade. I've got like 400 copies of them already. And most of the time I don't even display my kits with the sabers anyways. With how cool this guy is and how awesome his other weapons are, this is the first, last, and let me get a good focus on this, probably only time he's ever going to actually have these sabers in hand. So there you go. He has sabers. They look like the sabers that every other mobile suit in existence has. Let's move on to the better weapons. In Battle Operation 2 they are... Wait, you're not joking? Those are actually tow missiles? No. No, don't do this to me. They're not tow missiles. Turn up my brightness a little bit. It's starting to get dark out. There we go. It's truly inescapable. Okay. Gun now. Gun. Oh no. I was gonna say it's a gun, it has nothing to do with a gun. It has nothing to do with feet, but guns have bipods. Bipods have feet. It never ends, man. It never ends. I'm never gonna live this down. I mean, at least there's only like 20 people in this stream. At some point, like a week from now, I'm going to do a stream that goes off really popular and has like 90 people watching it. And then you bastards are going to be in there just making feet references and no one's going to have any idea what's going on. 100% serious. Oh, I believe you. I believe you're 100% serious. That's the worst part. I can't believe Bandai actually did that to me. Tow missiles are an actual... Oh yeah, I'm sure they're an actual anti-tank weapon. I'm sure they are. That's just how the world works. That's just how fate is. All right, Manpig. Have a good night. You know, to be like, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. Man, forget my day. My career is ruined. I'm now the foot guy forever. Man, now I'm gonna have to go out, and I'm gonna have to find a girl who's like, at least like an ankle down amputee or something, and just like bring her on stream for you guys, just to convince you that I really don't like feet. That's gonna be such a pain. In the ass, not the feet. People will only hear of this and think you're copying Goobra. I am not copying. If anything, you guys are, because I didn't start this crap, so. I'm just blindly removing every part from the runner because I'm assuming I'm going to need them eventually. This is all new runners, so it's not like there's going to be leftover parts. Yeah, I think that's all of that. Okay, those are repeat pieces from the shoulders, but what is this? Don't know what this is, but I'm going to cut it off anyways. You know who has good... I'm not even going to finish reading that. And you know what? Do I want to weigh in on this conversation? Fuck it. Here we go. I don't think Mega Man X has good feet because his feet are basically a part of his legs. Like, it goes like straight from leg to feet. He has no ankle. There's no like curves or contrast between the shape of the foot and the leg. It all just kind of just blends together. So I would say no. Mega Man X does not have very good feet. Oh yeah, that's right, Mr. Flaves. I forgot you came in way late on this stream. You missed the context for all of that. Yeah, Leafer. Dude, we've been saying weird shit for more than 5 minutes, man. Hate to break it to you. You came in at the worst possible time on the worst stream you possibly could. This whole thing's a mistake. You know that meme? That meme where it's the guy that's about to push the little domino, and there's a bigger domino behind that domino, and then a bigger one, and a bigger one, and a bigger one, and eventually there's like this 14-foot domino at the end of the chain. Me just waking up this morning and deciding I wanted to stream the gym dominance, that's the little domino. You guys turning this into a feet stream, that's the 14-foot high domino at the end of the chain. Wait, that's what you like about X's feet? But they're not, that's not feet at that point, that's just leg. That's just bottom of a leg. What for real though, what's the largest foot in Gun? I mean, that's a good question actually, because the Neo Zeong and Dendrobium don't have feet. Maybe it's like Psycho Gundam or Queen Mansa? Probably two, I can't tell. I can tell we have people influenced by Ina, or at least they'd fit right in there. Oh yeah, I mean, Ina, I think Ina is like a bit of a Gundam enthusiast to some degree. Don't call them that. Cat, do not call them that. I'm with AI, VR, and 3D scanner printers. How close do you think we are to Gundam build fighter stuff? It depends on who's making it and how much effort they put into it, because the official Bandai attempts have been so half-assed that I don't think it's a really accurate representation of the tech. I think there's much better ways to make that work, and that could be executed with modern technology. It's just that Bandai's probably not going to do it. Fine. The 3-meter high domino, Acer. The 3-meter high domino. God damn it. You guys are really going to make me switch to metric just so I can escape this joke. Do you realize how much I hate using metric? Do you realize what you're doing to me? I have to choose. I can't believe I have to choose between having people think that I like feet or having to count like a European. Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me. Oh, crap. That's right. Big Zam does have feet. Hey, Dipper, metric may be superior, but imperial is my own dumb number system, and I'm going to keep using it. How they take into account people's customs? It probably wouldn't directly scan kits. You'd probably have like a Gundam Breaker style interface in the game that you would use to rebuild your kit in the game. Look, okay, I grew up with a carpenter for a dad. It's like the only business in the entire world that still uses Imperial. So I look at a little object and I go, yes, how many 30-seconds of an inch is that? I don't care how stupid it is. That's just how I think, okay? I am an Imperial-minded man. They do scan your kit, but only a specific variety of kits. Yeah, and the scan looks terrible because modern 3D scanners aren't able to accurately scan objects as small as a Gunpla. That part of the technology isn't there yet. I feel like for the next build series, if they want to stick with virtual elements, they do another MMO, but like Gundam Eve Online. I don't know what game you're referencing because I don't play a lot of MMOs. The US was meant to switch to metric 200 years ago, but the ship that the conversions was attacked by pirates. Hey, you know, that's okay. That's okay. I'm glad we have our weird little number system. We don't have an Emperor Dipper. We just have the Imperial counting system. It builds memory, okay? It creates more connecting pathways in your brain because you have to remember all these convoluted number conversions, and it makes you smarter. It's like the Japanese people and the Chinese and how they memorize all these kanji, all these words and letters, and it's good for the memory, okay? It just is. It just is. It's science. It's science because I said so. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Just trust me. The issue with that is I would hate for that to be an anime and not get a game. You mean the Gundam Eve Online thing? Yeah, I feel like it would be... I was going to say it would be cool if they link up a Gundam game with a build anime, but I guess that's kind of what they're doing with Build Metaverse because it's pretty transparently an ad for the actual Gundam Metaverse that they're doing. Like a game would be the Gundam universe, maybe just have ultra dark history, just surviving all the series, players, teams, the ships. Yeah, like some kind of like multiplayer tactical thing. You're wrong, AF. The Chinese are smart at math because they invented the calculator, the table with beads on it. Hey, I said don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't question it. Just go along with it, okay? There's a lot more tiny pieces in this gun than I expected. This Pirates original. Oh my god. Sage says MS got reduced to an EG. Yeah, he got entry graded. They definitely are doing an experiment where they're seeing if they can use entry grades for a build series, and honestly, I don't think it's that bad of an idea. It'll make the kit cheaper. It'll be simple, sure, but you can slap a universe booster on it, and it'll still be a pretty cool kit. Hate the build strike because they used to strike and don't do anything with the fact these. Yeah, they never. I mean, outside of the universe booster, they didn't really give him additional add-on packs. I guess the implication is that because most of the build custom sets had an adapter for striker packs, you could customize him with whatever ones you wanted. And I think that was kind of supposed to be done on your part more so than something that actually happens in the show. Could have been the Star Build Impulse or Star Build Freedom or Destiny, and nothing would have changed. Yeah, that is true. Does the pirate have a fleet captain? I'm not even gonna answer that. I can't wait to watch back through this VOD and see the exact moment where I made the mistake of my life. Man, you compliment a kit's feet one time, and you never hear the end of it. How do these even go together? Oh, they don't. How much people use VC on Discord more? I think people use it sometimes. It's a fairly small server, so there's not usually a lot of people online. There's maybe like 10 to 15 people online at any given time and around 100 total, so it's a fairly small server. And yes, Acer, there is a Discord. There's a link to it. It's one of the oldest community posts on my channel, so if you go to the community tab and scroll down to the bottom, I think there's still a link there. Hang on, let me let the cat out. She's banging at the door. There we go. Now we don't have to listen to cat feet scratching against the door anymore. Yeah, but the invite is locked, so it's hard. Wait, the invite's locked? Huh, I don't remember that. I'll have to check that later. Hey, I'm not complimenting any kid's feet. No. His feet. Wait, is this piloted by a child? Crap, it's Gundam. He might be. Okay. I complimented this model kit's feet. Okay, that was all. Do I? That's a good question, Reiji. I don't actually know. I have no idea what's in my video descriptions. I don't, it's like an automated thing. Let me open one of them in another tab. Come on. View it on YouTube. Here we go. Channel 2S? No, I don't have a link to it in there. Okay. Okay. MG Eclipse feet smaller than most SDs and HG's prob span to 2S. I don't even want to know. It could be painting fishnets on... Okay, but why though? Why would you put fishnets on an MS? That doesn't even make sense. Maybe some sort of like tactical netting. Okay, so this piece. Goes in here. I mean, I guess pirates have fish. It depends on the pirates, I guess. The whole work. Oh, of course it was a wound wart. I should have known. That is, of course it was a wound wart. Only a wound wart fan would do something like that. Do any of the crossbow MS use nets? No, they just use capes, like proper dignified pirates. Was the Spartan in lore the Jesta before the Jesta? It has a bit of that Jesta look to it, but I don't think there's any connection between them. Have there been any biodegradable plastic kits yet? There's that eggshell-based plastic they used for the entry grade. They did a run of the entry grade Gundam where they used an eggshell-based plastic as some sort of Gundam-based thing, and I believe the point of that was that it is biodegradable, or at least partially. Oh, it's a Zowart. I mean, look, would you really blame me for assuming that the mobile suit with fishnets on it would be a wound wart? I mean, come on. You know it would be. This is the most complicated ass gun I've ever had to build for a high grade. There's like a master grade and a half's worth of parts here. Where do you go? Mate, the wound wart is French fries for legs. Why would you need socks on it? Hey, I've seen what people say about wound wart thighs, okay? I know how people think. And no, I'm not those people. No, Mast, I have not seen season 2 of Wood for Mercury yet. I'm going to get to it soon. TM. Where's that scope that I literally just set down? There it is. Mate, the wound wart is French fries for legs. Why would you need socks on? Oh, okay, I already answered that. Never mind. You know why 2S doesn't like the wound wart? No. Hey. Technically, no, okay, that's not true. It doesn't have, its feet are terrible. It does not have feet. But I never said I don't like the wound wart. I just said I don't like why people like the wound wart. And no, that is true, Flames. You don't technically need legs in space. But you don't really lose anything by having legs in space. So all you're really doing is sacrificing the ability to operate on the ground for novelty during space combat. Oh, I just realized how this works. Oh, that's cool as hell. Let me just confirm this is doing what I think it is. Okay, yeah. So not only is this gun way more intricate and detailed than it has any business being for a freaking high grade. He's got, and honestly, this is the kind of like Gundam weapon that would give an actual gun nerd an aneurysm, because it's got like 2 different handles with 2 different triggers, and there's an extended mag here, and there's a Gatling gun up here, and there's like a weird little grenade launcher or something down here. But the way you reload this is you don't rip it off like that, but you flip this down. Which direction does this go? Which way do you load the magazine in? Okay, indentation facing forward. You slide it in like this. Okay, I'm just going to take that off to make this easier. You slide this on, right? So this goes on like that. And then this reattaches. And then once you have that in there, you lift it up like this. And that reloads the ammunition. And then you can fold it back down. And you can take it off. And it has a detachable magazine. Does this make sense? Of course it doesn't make sense. Is it cool? Absolutely. I had no idea his gun was anything like this. That is true, big boy, but you know what's even more expensive than putting legs on a space MS? Having to buy an entirely separate MS for ground combat because you designed your spacesuit so it only works in space. And yes, this is something they actually show you how to do in the manual. I have no idea why you do it this way. I think the reloading mechanism is way cooler. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. It's stupid and impractical, but it's cool. I like that. That's neat. It's funny that Gundam always talks about weight issues for their MS in space, but everything's weightless. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair though, that's not entirely unfounded, because even if you don't have weight, you still have inertia. So a heavier mobile suit is still going to require more thruster output and more fuel consumed in order to move itself around. So it's not entirely meaningless. Imagine a Q-blade with no legs. I mean, that's just an Elmeth. I have no idea what these pieces even are for anymore. Oh wait, yes I do. This is for attaching the magazines to the... Right? Let me see. Let me make sure that this is correct. Yes. So, how do these go in here? Here we go. So, you get these little attachment pieces that you can put onto one of the magazines, or both of them. And there's these little slots on his back skirt. And you can just stick this in that slot. I don't think this is... Is this on the correct side? I guess it is. Yeah, there we go. And there you go. You can now store his spare magazines on the back skirt. If this kit wasn't detailed and intricate enough, you have magazine storage for your extra ammo. I mean, really, what more could you want? This is really... This kit started at like a solid 8, and it just keeps going up. I mean, I knew this was going to be a pretty decent kit, but it really is standing head, feet, and shoulders above the rest. I am very impressed by this model. Wish one year, I don't know, 2025, they only did amphibious mobile suits, all in either biodegradable plastic or ocean salvage plastic. That would be actually a really cool idea. I love the sound of that, actually. Doing like some Zagox and Aku guys in like ocean retrieve. That is actually a really cool idea. That's such a fun spin to put on the whole like ecoplastic thing. I actually really like that idea. That would be so cool. Even if they just did it as like a run of Gundam based kits, that'd still be really cool. No, we don't have legs for the real grade Zeong yet. You also need MS to operate inside of space colonies to be able to move on the decks of ships. Yeah, that's another factor of it too. Although I remember something interesting that... Oh man, what Gundam series was it? I think it might have been Unicorn. Or no, was it Unicorn? Or, there was some Gundam series I remember where some Zeon soldiers are brought onto a Federation battleship. And they make some comment about the way that the mobile suits are stored on the ship. Because the Federation, since they're from Earth... they sort of they park their mobile suits on the deck of the ship like this, while in Xeon, they kind of like hang them inside the hangar because it's zero gravity and they've spent their whole lives in zero gravity, so they aren't coming at it from like the perspective of everything needing to be on the ground. So their ships are designed to hold the mobile suits differently. And I just thought that was a really cool little bit of world building. I think it was Unicorn. I'm almost certain that was from Unicorn, but it could have been a different series. Man, Acer, I wish I knew where the Thunderbolt Aku guys are at. I would buy the whole set. Not a fan of the color separation of the kit. I mean, that's a stylistic choice. Like, this kit is not solid green for lack of color separation. It's solid green because it is designed to be solid green. Like, that is how the design looks. So I can't really fault it for that. And like I said earlier in this stream, if you hit this guy with a black panel wash to bring out, quite frankly, the incredibly high amount of detail this kit has. Like, when you really look at this, there's so many panel lines and rivets and little details and patches that if you hit this guy with a nice wash, it is going to look really, really nice. How many people want to buy legs for the RG Xeon? I mean, I'd buy legs for the RG Xeon. Demands will crater when the price is revealed. I mean, if they sell the legs separately and you could just add them onto your existing Xeon, it couldn't be more than like $50 maybe. I would pay that for some Xeon legs. Not sure how much of ocean plastic is similar to model kit plastic. True, maybe it would be better to go with like maybe like a no, I was going to say water soluble, but that would actually be a terrible idea. Some sort of biodegradable plastic then. It was when the Garn Sierra crew entered the Nail Argama. Yes. Yes, I remember that. And that wasn't an exact quote of the line. I think it was more just like a general thing where they sort of made some comment about how like, oh, you're storing your mobile suits differently or whatever. If it comes with the freaking great sword like the MG Perfect Xeon, I don't think people care. Oh yeah, Perfect Xeon is an awesome design, and I think people would totally buy the real grade. Let's get this in hand. I gotta see him actually holding this rifle. I don't even know if I should call this a rifle. Like, it's kind of like a minigun meets rifle meets submachine gun meets every possible kind of gun sort of slammed together into one. It's a firearms abomination. Yeah, these wrist connectors are really tight. Almost tight enough to be worried about it breaking the stems, but not quite that tight. All right, so here he is holding the cursed rifle. That's pretty awesome. That looks really cool in hand. It still doesn't make any sense. Also, I'm realizing the way that the front handle's molded, it sort of looks like it's designed so that there's like a hinge point right here so the handle can swing forward and back. I have no idea how that would work mechanically. I was assuming this is an extended magazine because it looks like it, but if there's a hinge mechanism in here, there's no way it would be able to feed properly, so that's just another cursed aspect of this gun to add to the ever-growing list. It's got to be 100 feet long at this point. Man, what a cool kit. What a cool kit. I'm going to put this guy in a really half-assed pose, and he's still going to look awesome. Yeah. Look at that. Took me 3 seconds, and I couldn't make this guy look bad if I tried. What a cool kit. And of course, let's get that knife reveal. Oh yeah. That is so satisfying. Unsheathable, fully color-separated knife on a high-grade GM. Man, this kit is blessed. Unfortunately, you can't just stick it straight in the hand. You have to take the fingers apart to use it. But, man, that is cool. Let me get caught up on the chat. Mildly concerning that 2S is moving the chat up the human body from feet to legs. I shudder to think about the conversations going higher. Yeah, we're going to move on to waist next. Hey, they're mechanical designers, not weapon engineers. Oh yeah, I mean, they're from Japan. I doubt they've ever actually seen a firearm first person, like actually hands-on. They're just like, oh yeah, this is how they work in the movies, right? There's like a clip that comes out the bottom of the handle, and then you got another handle, and there's a couple triggers, and there's some barrels, and the barrels spin to make the bullets spin when they fly. Like, that's how a rifle works, you know? It's guns. I know how to make guns. Basically a clickbait YouTube thumbnail gun. Yeah. This gun, this is content for like one of, was it Brendan Herrera that does like the cursed gun videos? That is a Brendan Herrera cursed gun right there. Man. Yeah, that's a kit. That's a kit for sure. Really great experience building this. Awesome kit. Can we get much? No, cat. No, I'm gonna stop you right there. I know we were going, and I'm gonna stop you right there. I might not have seen One Piece, but I know what that is, and I'm just gonna shut that down right now. Yeah, okay. I thought that was Brandon Herrera. Okay, so there's one last sticker left, and I have no idea where it goes. Let's see if we can figure this out. Nope, I have no idea. Wait, is that like a back of head camera maybe? I'm thinking it's probably either back of head camera or it's for an exam type thing for the forehead, in which case I'm definitely not putting it on because I'm not going to cover up that lovely translucent blue plastic. Let me go back to the head. Yeah, I know we're skipping over a few steps in the journey from. Oh, yeah, okay. You are supposed to. Yeah, okay. Screw that. I'm not putting that sticker on. I'm not going to cover up the cool blue gem on his forehead with a little red sticker. No way. That's not happening. So yeah, I guess that's the end of the build then, because I'm not putting that sticker on. They gave it a second arm Gatling as an upgrade, except they didn't have a second Gatling gun. So they just put 4 guns together in a circle as a Gatling. Really great experience building it, considering what the last 2 hours have been like. Hey, I will never forget the day that I have spent building this kit. For a multitude of reasons. He just recently put a new curse gun image. I haven't seen that one yet. I'll have to check that out. So, I mean, I'm honestly second guessing if I really want to turn this stream into a review like I do for my other streams, because on one hand, it's a great kit. I want to talk about it on the channel. It is going to be so hard to cut around the feet stuff, though. I almost want to leave just enough in so like the people that were here for it know the context, but the people who are watching the video don't. I'll give myself a little spiel about it here at the end, just in case I decide to add this to a review or something. So the master grade. So the high grade GM Spartan is a fantastic kit. I love this build. It's pretty much a completely new mold. The only thing they reused from the Sniper 2 is some of the joint pieces. They did the elbows, the knees, the hips. Those are reused from the Sniper 2. Unfortunately, it hinders articulation a little bit. His, if I can get this little flap out of the way. His elbow only bends about that far because it's using the Sniper joint. But aside from that, I don't really... Let me check the knee as well. Okay, so the knee also doesn't have a great bend, but this is the first time I'm realizing this because I've just been handling this kit and playing around with it so much. And yes, it doesn't have the best articulation, but in every other way, this is an absolutely stellar kit. I love the asymmetry of the design. It kept the build really fresh and original as I was making the model. I never felt like it was getting repetitive. There was no build this entire left arm and then build the exact same thing on the right side. None of that. Everything's unique and asymmetrical. Love it. He's got a knife on his back. It's fully color separated. The blade's separate. It comes out of the sheath. I've never seen anything like that on a high grade. It looks great. The detail on this kit is awesome. He's got everything from this little attachment on his head to a incredibly cursed looking gun. There's little gray details on the side of the backpack that did not need to be color separated, but they decided to do it anyways for some reason. I am just overall really pleased with this kit. Thank you again to Crimmy for sending this kit my way. It wasn't a kit that I was 100% sold on getting myself, and I'm really glad he pushed me over the edge because this is an awesome, awesome model. Oh yeah, he's also got beam sabers, but really, they're beam sabers. Who cares? So yeah, great kit. In conclusion, only thing I want to do now is maybe compare it to some other GMs. So let me bust out the guys. So actually, before we do the GMs, I think I'm gonna need to grab my dusting brush for this because. Oh yeah, $26 plus shipping. That is an easy deal for this kit. You know, some of the P Bandai stuff, they're decent kits, but they're not worth the price. But this, I cannot recommend this enough. $26, absolutely. Beats the hell out of paying $50 for a low booster, that's for sure. I'm just quickly dusting this kit off before I bring it into frame, because it's been 9 months since the last time I touched it, but it's a very cool model that I like a lot. So here he is next to the Full Armor Gundam 7th. I don't know if these two kits are contemporary to each other. I don't know if there's any lineage between them, but man, if these, let me get this in focus. If these two don't look just absolutely awesome together, look at this pair. I mean, sure, one's in neon clown toy colors and the other's in tactical green, but you look at the shapes and the body design of these two kits, they just work so well together. I really like that pairing. Who else should I grab? Oh, here we go. I'm not even going to bother dusting these off anymore. You can barely see it on camera anyways. Here he is next to his tactical brethren, the Pale Rider. You look at these two side by side. They also look pretty awesome. Really, the team of these three, these guys make a great tactical team. Look at them together. Look at that. Awesome set of kits. I would say the Pale Rider's the weakest out of these, though. A lot of people hype this kit up because it's an exclusive, but it's really not that great a model. It's a very basic high grade that has some pretty crappy stickers. And finally, what should I do? How about, just for fun, I'm going to bring in a Zaku. Just a basic Origin Zaku, so you guys can see how the Federation and Zeon stack up to each other. I don't know about you guys. I love me some Zeon. I think they got some really cool mechs, but when it comes to tactical, you can't beat the Federation. Actually, you know what? I got two more comparisons that I'm going to do. So, I'm going to do them at the same time. These are two fantastic kits that I love a lot. Great models. Highly recommended in both cases, although one of them is basically never reprinted nowadays, so it's a bitch to get a hold of. But here is the Origin GM Cannon and the Build Fighters GM. Let me just align the feet so you can get an idea of scaling between them. These three kits, I love all three of these models. Love them all. They're great. I am definitely going to be building up some sort of tactical Federation strike team for my display with all these guys together. Maybe not this. Maybe this is going to be a separate thing. I'm thinking maybe I'll have the cannon displayed alongside the normal Origin GM and the Sniper Custom as like a separate thing. But at least with these three, I'm going to try to build some sort of Federation tactical team because these kits look really good with each other. Tell me with a straight face the White Rider is a one-year war, Jason MS. I mean, no, it's not using one-year war tech. Bandai says that it's vaguely related to the one-year war. Okay? Yeah, no age kit comparison. Just the fellow Fetty Grunt team. Yes, Riku, the feet. I'm aligning the feet. Okay? It's like the. I don't even want to. It's yeah. I'm lining up all the feet so I can see them all clearly. That's exactly why I did that. 2S saying feet is really going to be an oh god he said it sort of thing. I guess so, yeah. And the worst part is, the more you guys do it in future streams, the more people are probably going to catch on to it. And yes, Roxy, that's a GM. Very, very cool kit. Man, it's like 8 o'clock right now. I did not plan to be streaming for this long. The feet really dragged it out. I was really dragging my feet when it came to this build, but I had a great time. This is definitely a memorable stream. I'm gonna see if I can get these guys lined up, kind of like that. There we go. So you can kind of see everyone together now. Very cool looking kits. Love them a lot. Love the whole lot, except maybe Pale Rider's like, if these were my children, Pale Rider is probably my least favorite child. He's kind of the middle child. Don't really care about him one way or the other. But these are my babies. These are all great kits. And yes, GM's very hard to find now. I got this guy at release, and I actually kind of wish I maybe got a couple more so I could display it with all 3 head versions, because it's a really, really cool model. Outside of that upcoming Origin GM, this is probably my favorite GM that's just a regular GM without any sort of, Spartan or Cannon variant upgrades. So, for the few of you guys that are still remaining here after I sort of semi-ended the stream, I got one last little surprise for you. So, let me try and get these guys back onto... how did I have these? It's like playing Jenga getting these kits to fit back on the shelf. I got too many kits and not enough space. Not the worst problem to have, I guess. There we go. That is not even close to where these guys were originally. I'm just putting them where they fit. Probably have to pull everything off the shelf and rearrange it when I'm done. Which I'm going to do anyways, because I need to fit the Spartan in here, so I guess it's going to be inevitable. I would have pulled out Gustav Karl for the comparison as well, but he's all the way in the back corner, and I don't want to yoink him out of his home. Okay. So I managed to get them all out of the way, and I'm going to see if I can kind of... I don't want to put him in the... I don't want to put him on the display yet. I want to keep him out here on my desk for a while so I can appreciate his awesomeness. So... No feet reveal. We're not doing a feet... Well, I mean, I guess the question is not feet reveal. The question is whose feet are being revealed. Because I can't actually remember if this kit has feet or not. So, this is going to be a future stream. I might not show the whole kit on stream because I think there's parts of this kit that I can't show on YouTube. Those of you who've been following me on Discord for a while probably already know what kit this is just based off what I just said. But at some point in the future, after we finish Gao Gaigar, I don't know. I think you can mark a stream as 18 plus only, so I could probably get away with this. Yes, it says it's one of these kits. So this took like 6 months to arrive, by the way, because it got lost in the mail and got sent through customs the wrong place, and it was like sitting at a post office for ages. But it finally came in the mail. I really want to get to this at some point. Oh yeah. SkyTube Isis. Now, I just realized I placed this in such a way you can't actually see the feet, but as you can see, she does have feet. She is wearing shoes. They're very revealing shoes, but admittedly they are shoes. However, looking at the side of the box, I'm gonna see if I can show this on YouTube. I think I can, but it's not showing what I was looking for. So, I'm pretty sure she has alternate parts for bare feet. But I can't remember if that's part of this kit or if that was some sort of resin conversion. Either way, this is the DX version, so it has the parts that I can't show on YouTube, but the rest of the kit I am going to be building on stream, and I think this one's going to be a great build. That's coming after Gao Gaigar, though. I do want to finish Gao Gaigar first. And yes, I am going to do the Anka pose with her for sure. And by at some point in the future, do you mean after another 13-month-long hiatus? Oh, no. I'm going to follow up on this. This kit's already had its 13-month hiatus. It took 6 freaking months for this to arrive. It's been sitting at my house for like another 2 or 3 months. It's already had its hiatus preemptively. I'm going to be getting straight into building this. But yeah, I like this design a lot. I've been aware of the Alpha Max kits since they started doing them. I didn't really like the first 2 designs that much, but I like me some dark-skinned girls with Egyptian armor theming, so I decided to pick this one up, and Yes, she also has feet, so I guess it fits into the channel lore now. She's got her big JoJo stand in the background. It's going to be a great kit. It's a surprisingly nice model, too. They actually gave you, I think it has like light up LEDs for the head, and unlike Bandai, they actually give you the electronics in the box, so you don't need to buy some kind of separate unit. Do I have the Milk Tea Girl Mew kit? No, I don't have any of the figures from that line, but they look really good. It'd be very concerning if it was a resin conversion. I think there are actually some guy 3D prints conversions for this kit that give you, what do they give you? I think they give you bare legs and thicker thighs, I believe. But there are definitely conversions for this kit out there. Personally, I would like to see something that maybe redoes the upper torso area, not for the parts that you're thinking of, but because from the back, the way her her shoulder blades are kind of shaped looks really blocky and unnatural, and it kind of breaks up the flow of the rest of her body. So if there's some sort of conversion kit that gives her back kind of like smoother contours and makes it look a little bit more natural, I think I might try to see if I could get something like that for it. Yes, I'm an enjoyer of that type of waifu cat. Oh yeah, I'm definitely into Mecha Musume, Gary. I don't have a ton of Mecha Musume kits, but I do wanna build the ones that I have. The only one that I've built up so far is the Gorai Kai, I think it's called Gorai 2 from Frame Arms Girls, which was a pretty good kit. I've got the Durga, also from Frame Arms Girls, and then I also have, that I've had for a very long time, I've got the Variable Fighter Girls Kairos from Aoshima that I'd really like to do at some point, but that one's going to need a lot of paint work because it's very much an aircraft model, not so much a character model. Man went from rejecting feet to accepting feet in a single stream. Hey, I didn't say I'm accepting the feet, because remember, I'm pretty sure this kit does not have feet. You know what? I'm opening the box right now. I'm not doing it on camera because it's this kit, but let me see. Okay, so she's got hands. That's should be expected. I see toes, I see thighs. One of those two things has my interest much more than the others. More? Wait. Oh, never mind. I thought for a second they give you two different skin tone options, but it was just a shadow being cast on the bag. I don't see... Yeah, I don't think she has bare feet options. I think that was the conversion kit that I saw. MJ, you picked the worst possible time to come into the worst ever stream. I actually kind of wish you were here maybe an hour ago, because this was a hell of an experience. Tuas had a one-episode story arc that left the crew a normal mannequin. I'm not into feet. I'm just into the joke that I'm into feet. It's a joke, I promise. I only like feet ironically. Shit, no, I shouldn't have said that. I don't like feet, even ironically. And I love, like, the just genuine, like, and he's not even, like, being like, haha, hey, man, what you do? Like, MJ just came in here, like, genuinely saying hello. He's just like, hey, I'm gonna pop in on my guy's stream. I'm gonna say hello. I'm gonna see what he's up to. And this is the stream that he chooses to come in on. It's okay, man. Yeah, this was an interesting stream. I made the mistake of complimenting a kid's feet one time, and chat will never let it go now. Also excited in the new upcoming Destroid VFG. Yeah, I'd really like to get to that at some point. I was actually at some point considering doing an Okayu color scheme for it, because she kind of has that sort of look to her where she's got like the short hair and the cat girl ears. I mean, technically MJ came in post feet talk. Now he came in mid Undead Dress Isis talk. I hope you shout goddamn when I see WFM episode. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. You know what? Maybe I'll record. I'll record on my phone or something, like my live reaction when I get to that part of the episode. Yep. Moku Moku indeed, Riku. Yeah, it's baked into the channel lore now. So yeah, gonna be an interesting set of streams. Is there anything else that I wanted to talk about? I don't think so. I think at this point I just want this stream to be over with. Thank you very much for showing up, guys. I'll figure out the tech issue with the live stream not showing up in video for next time. Man, I wish this wasn't the stream where that failure happened, because of all the streams where the chat is basically 50% of the entertainment of the stream, this sure is that stream. So it's kind of unfortunate that you can't see it in the actual video, but fortunately YouTube does have like a chat replay thing, so I can maybe pull it from there and do some computer wizardry to it to try and reintegrate the chat. What is the blessing in disguise? Don't forget to fix the Discord link. I think does the Discord link not work? I'm pretty sure. Let me check Discord right now, because I'm pretty sure that's an active link. Invite. What do we have for invite links? Server settings? No. Hang on. I barely understand how to use the administrative side of Discord, and every time I figure something out, I come back 6 months later and it's completely different. You know what? I am going to make a brand new link, and I'm going to paste it in the chat right now. The Spartan was awesome, MJ. It's a really cool kit. I love almost everything about it. So there's the Discord link. That's a 7-day link. Just drop it in the chat if anyone in here is not already on the server. There's your opportunity to jump in. Now you just have a stream where you seem like a crazy person. Yeah, I kind of do. That is really unfortunate. It's been an absolute blast for everyone, for better or for worse. Yes, it has been. Anyways, thank you for showing up, guys. Patreon links in the description. New Type HQ links in the description. Probably should have plugged them earlier in the stream when people were actually here, but if you want to support the channel, those are the links down there. Really would appreciate it. As always, I'm your host, Second Soundwave, and unfortunately, I will have to see you guys next time. Take care, guys.